I got to go back to the beginning then, don't I? I'm saying good morning to everybody. Good morning, John. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, RS. Good morning, Dylan, Mateus, Dragon Wolf, Christina, Ben, King 14, Fisted, Guacata, Neil, Tegan, Jasmine, Ryan, Jafar, PD Carpenter, Mahesh. Good morning, Dougie, Jeremy, Adam, Felgen 24, Spencer, Paul, King 14, I think I said you already. Good morning, BD, Johnny 5, G Chen, Emerson, Stonks Anonymous, Lucas, Miha, Josh, Omar, good morning. Multi, Jen, Mellow Yellow 88. Good morning, Angie. Good morning, Guacata. Good morning, Mahesh. Good morning, Fisted. A bunch of you guys already said hi. Good morning, Bobcat. Good morning, Thomas, Multi, Jen, Johnny, Liquid. Me, who else? Hut. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Starlight, Charles 3. Good morning to all of you out there this morning. How y'all doing? Good morning, Dan, Travis. Hope everybody's doing well today. So yesterday, into the bell, some of you were here yesterday. We talked about maybe trading sideways. We talked about even possibility of trading sideways and slightly down. But that traditional charts yesterday pointed towards a higher open today. We knew that we had a lower or a higher low. We had a higher high. The end of the day, lower low. The end of the day low was higher than the morning's low, right? We had a higher low from the previous day. So we talked about how everything pointed towards everything being up today. We know if you follow Elliott Wave that we're supposed to be down this morning, right? 3-bar rule, 3 bars up. We know that didn't work out this morning. So again, we're back to, you use those tools, but you don't rely upon some of them, right? But the one key about yesterday, the one important thing about yesterday that I want to impress upon people is not just the traditional candlestick charts, but we talked yesterday about that. There was one key point that I said to you yesterday to remember today, and that was where the volatility line was, right? The volatility trigger. And we talked about if we sell down into close yesterday, that's very negative, and it's good for the bears. And if we trade up into the close yesterday, it's not good for the bears. It's good for the bulls. And if you watched futures last night, I'm sure some of you futures traders can remember that we spoke about a specific number. We spoke about 4714. And I think we closed right near the pin on 4714. But you even watched last night in futures. We just kind of bounced right off that number at some point, right? Middle of the night, like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, you saw us bouncing off that 4714. We did a dance off of the volatility trigger yesterday. And this morning, you see we bounced again this morning. I think we bounced this morning off 47033 or something. And, we're bouncing right off the top of that vol trigger. So if we're staying above the vol trigger, if you're bullish, I'm bullish today. And if we had closed below 4714 or 470 and had woken up this morning with that, I would have been feeling the same thing. So I'm bullish this morning right off the bell, just to give you guys a heads up. You should be too. We should go up this morning. There's nothing saying that we shouldn't go up today, unless something else comes out as the bell rings here. So I'll take a look at the flow this morning as we get started. And I'm cash right now, if any of you guys are wondering. I didn't take a position into close yesterday. If you took a long into close yesterday, congratulations. You know more than I know, which is a good thing, right? You guys are making money at this point. But I'm looking for us to do some form of a retest this morning from the previous low from yesterday, and then we should be heading up here. I wanted to also briefly talk about inflation and the numbers that came out this morning. I want to talk about how that does play in slightly into ER season. Give me just a second here. The claims numbers, the PPI number, which is an extension of the previous numbers from a day ago. I want to talk about rates. There's the someone came out yesterday or this morning and said we could have up to 3 or 4, even possibly 4 rate hikes in 2022. And when you really, I was reading a paper yesterday that talked about where hedge funds and banks can put their money, like with no risk, right? Where can these fund managers put their money with no risk? And there really is no place they can put it anymore. So they have to take risk on in the stock market. So what's the mix of what they're doing? They're not getting 7% back from the bond market. It's the biggest bear market ever in bonds. So even with all the huff and stuff and all the puff and puff, even if we're going to bring the markets back here and there, we have a defined bottom for all intensive purposes. We don't have rates that are in the 20% range, 15%, 25%. Even if we have rates up to 3% to 6%, it still leaves room for the markets to go up, and even for tech to go up. So other than technical pullbacks and probably a defined bottom at some point this spring, or even if it happens in summer, I don't expect this market to sell off heavy unless we have a tail risk event. And we talked earlier this week about how to prepare for that tail risk event. I want you to think about that as we move forward. If we do start to trade up to 475, 478, 480, I want you to think about putting on one of those hedges at some point. We're not past that moment, right? That thought process that we had, I'm still looking to place that trade if we get up to that 478, 480 level. I don't care if we trade to 500 or if we trade to 525. If I can get a nice hedge for this year and be looking to trade ER season and also find a bottom to buy stocks for 2022 between now and March, then the plan stays, right? Situation's normal right now. Situation is what we think it is, right? Nothing has changed. Even if we trade sideways this year, we should find a nice bottom by March. Even if, let's say, the SPY only makes 3% this year or trades flat 0 on the year, we'll still, if we buy that perfect bottom on a turn and have those stocks available to purchase, then we're good to go. We have our tail risk covered. We can take this market long. So the levels that I gave you this morning, I don't ever include the cash back levels. So I'm going to give them to you here. Your cash back levels for yesterday would be 470.15. And then also think about 470.15 and call it 469.41. So if we get a nice little pullback this morning, we closed the pump into close yesterday. Pump into close was right around 470.15. So if we close that real quick, that buy program that went into the closing bell, then we can take off for the day here. If you're bearish this morning, you guys know, right? We talked about, or someone brought up yesterday, the day before, the 3-bar rule, and that we should trade down the next 5 days. We also know that we have OPEX coming up on the 21st. So some months we do tend to trade down. Some months we do trade up for this next week. But some months we do trade down straight into the Thursday before OPEX. So keep open-minded that we could trade down. And then we'll have like a ripper on Thursday, and then we maybe are flat on the 21st. Like the 21st is monthly OPEX. The 20th would be that Thursday. But we tend to either trade up or down leading into that week. So we'll see what the flow is this morning. We'll see what the equity flow is. We'll check Tesla this morning. I know a bunch of Tesla people are out there, want to know what's going on. We'll take a look at the quick levels here. And you got buyers already down below at 471.73. You've got buyers as well down below at 471.19. Let's see if there are any buyers even lower. See if there's any chance of a dip this morning. Yeah, you get some buyers at 470.20, 469.61. This is roughly where I want to be seeing this right here. You want us to be seeing these buyers stepping in to dip buy. We'll look at Tesla next. If you guys want me to look at IWM, any of the major indexes you want to take a look at, the Qs for you real quick, I can do that as well. We also want to show you that yesterday we had the Buyers Club down below at 1080. It looks like the Buyers Club this morning on Tesla has moved up to 1090, and that's a good sign. We have more buyers as well as at 1095. Looks like we've created that support at 1099. You don't want to give this up this morning on Tesla. We're going to look above and see what the price targets are if we've expanded that call wall at all in Tesla this morning. We have some resistance above here at 1120. We'll take a look above here and see what the ultimate price target is. We also did find out that there is, we have the earnings date, right, that came out this morning, or it came out last night maybe. Thought I saw something on that. And you can see the target is 1200. So that's going to be my assumption that we're targeting 1200. It's the same as it was yesterday. What has changed this morning is the buyers have stepped up to this 1090, 1100 level, let's call it. If you can break through 1118 this morning, the target for today would be 1150. And your buyers have moved up down here at 1091. That's the buy the dip for the buy the dippers today. We'll take a quick look at IWM. And then we're going to also look at the Qs. And then we'll get into some individual tickers. Come on, now give me my Qs. We'll check out the Qs next. We saw those airline calls come in yesterday towards the bell. We saw calls coming in for United Airlines, JetBlue, American Airlines, BA. I think BA ripped this morning, right? We saw all these calls coming in yesterday towards the bell. Looks like somebody knew more than we did yesterday, right? BA went from 216 to 225 at 6 o'clock this morning. It's outstanding. There is a little bit of a pullback in BA this morning. Not to be unexpected. People like to take profit off companies like Disney and BA right at the bell. But we'll look to see if BA starts trading higher. Some people were claiming that BA should be at 300 right now. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but we'll watch for BA to catch a bid again this morning. Yeah, and I see some BA calls coming in. So right off the bell, there's calls on BA, Apple, NVIDIA, MU, INTC. GS has some call structure coming in. There's some nice calls, some algo high-driven score calls on MQ, Mike Kubert, right? Or Quinn, Mike Quinn, MQ, 17.5C, January 21st, 17.5 calls. Seeing more call structure on AMD. Apple's got a lot of calls. Amazon's got calls. Looks like the Qs might be going up today. Amazon's got more calls. January 14th, 3335C. It's $250,000 on that. Piton has a bid this morning. January 21st, 38C. BAC and BA, of course, has calls this morning. I'm going to keep my eyes on BA today. We'll take a look at that tick. That'll be the first ticker that we look at after we check on the Qs and IWM. QCOM has a crazy bid this morning, right? We talked about QCOM, that they have we'll check QCOM as well. So I remember the QCOM, I think, had a ceiling at 190. So we'll check QCOM, BA. I know that some of you are long in QCOM out there. They've had a great morning. CVLT had a great morning. I think Joe was in that trade. Jets is up 1.63% off the bell. Outstanding morning if you're in airlines. AMD's up 2%. PayPal's up 1.6%. And there we go. The Q's back up to 390, right? Buy the 380 dip, trade it to 390. This actually looks pretty nice here. You can see that the target right now, the ultimate target is 400 on the Q's, right? That's what you want. And if you're lucky today, you'll catch a dip to 385 on the Q's this morning. We're going to skip IWM for a minute. We're going to look at BA real quick, see if BA actually catches a bid. We'll check out QCOM too. So I know some of you guys are in QCOM. We'll see if it's going to rip higher and break through that 190 number. Also, this morning, you can see that the first resistance on the SPY has moved up. Remember that we had all those sellers down below at 473. It's now moved up to 474.88 this morning. So that's the price target as of right now for the SPY. Let's see if we can break through anything on. Looks like we had sellers step right in at the bell on BA. Boy, if you could break this 230 up here. So I'll give you some numbers to be looking for here if you're going to trade BA today. You've got slightly more sellers, but the options buyers are stepping in. This looks more like just profit taking. 224.53, 226.78, 229.46. If you're able to break above this, you know that we can see BA do these things. They wind up just cranking. 250 is the price target, 248.89. We'll check on QCOM and see what QCOM has to say up for itself. If you guys remember, the wall above QCOM was 191, I think. So let that load up here and see if we can get higher. Yeah, JetBlue, we talked about JetBlue calls yesterday at the bell. I think the last 10 minutes of yesterday's broadcast, we talked about the calls that came in. It just pinged $15. QCOM just bashing in this morning. Meeting up with sellers up here. Might be the time to take some profit off the table. Take some profit here, maybe off QCOM. You've got some resistance at 192.69. More resistance at 194.49. I guess if you could pick it back up at 195 and run it up to 199 on QCOM. We'll look at IWM next, and then I'll take some ticker requests from you this morning. If you guys have plays that you're getting into for the day, let me know, and I will take a look. Why don't you guys post what you're interested in trading today, and I will search to see where all the money flow is while you post in the chat box what you're playing today, what you're interested in playing, what you're in for the day. And I'll see where the money flow is going. Let me go back and take a look at what you guys have posted here so far. Yeah, I've got the hero indicator. I will check to see. I think maybe I reset this morning. So I'll make sure I turn the hero indicator off on anything that it was turned off on. I'll make sure it's on here as well. It didn't reload this morning. I did reload my previous work set, but it still didn't load this morning. So there's the hero indicator. The R2 is blank for ES. Let me give you the number on R2 on ES for support and resistance. So R2 on support and resistance for ES is 47. Well, so the pivot point is 4716.92. The last price at the close yesterday was 4731.25. Resistance 1 is 4738.83. Next one, R2 is 4761.42. R3 is 4783.33. I'll give those one more time. The pivot is 4716.92. Yesterday's close was 4731.25. That's so you can just disregard that one. R1, 4738.83. R2, 4761.42. R3 is 4783.33. That's on the ES Mini for today. I had some formatting issues this morning on... it's weird. I'm getting these artifacts on the Google Sheets. It's not following the formatting. I think I might have to scrub it every day and then re-upload every day. Good morning, Robert. Price target on IWM is 220.29. And I'll be looking at tickers here in just a moment. Tesla. Chase Winter says he thinks we're going down. QQQ rejected again. Good morning, Marie. Good morning, Ritesh. Hey, good morning, Brad. How are you, brother? I was trying to find you yesterday to talk to you and show you those charts. We tried to watch Tesla right in the close for you, bro. Mihai is looking myself to close the future longs from yesterday before Brainerd testifies. Be careful with Brainerd. Well, I don't know. I guess Mihai has a good point. There is one thing to say about Brainerd, right? You guys should probably know. There's a few things, some ideas to understand. If you look back to, if you study the Fed shares in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, no one would want the Fed share job if they were trashed when they first come in. No one wants to get trashed as the Fed chair as they're leaving. You saw Jerome Powell treated well this week. And we know, we kind of think that the word on the street, at least, is that Brainerd will be the replacement for Jerome Powell. And the question then becomes, does Brainerd become the hatchet man or hatchet woman? Doesn't matter. Hatchet woman for the Fed, right? And they usually will bring in a hatchet person to raise rates. But even if she is the hatchet person, the rates are only, we're not looking at 15% rates. We're not looking at 20, 30% rates at this time. So I don't think that they're going to talk to her today and get real nasty. And if they do, then my thought process would be that maybe she isn't the next Fed chair, right? She's just going to be there to take a drubbing, which is possible as well. So I'm not overly concerned with her today, with her appointment. DAL earnings this morning. TSM earnings blowout this morning, moving all the chips. Mateus is asking if anybody's liking Roku today. Eric says Cap is never really bearish. It's just a mask. Rusty's leading this morning. Didn't trim your XLF exposure yet. So yeah, I like XLF. I think XLF is a very safe play heading it, especially if you're on like a 3-month call. I'm long and short in QCOM. Yeah, I've got a Discord. I haven't launched it yet. I just haven't. It's almost done. I haven't spent any time the past. I built it last weekend. I haven't had any time this week to work on it, but I'm getting close. What I think I'm going to do today is I think I'm going to leave the live stream up this morning. I'm going to sign off from video and voice, and I'm going to work on sifting through the DMs for help on the Discord. And I'm going to work on the Discord today. I'm going to talk to Joe Donut about the website if he's available today, and see if we can get this launched before the weekend comes. Yeah, buyers are stepping in on Tesla, or they were at the bell. You can see we are coiling on SPY. Semis are repumping because TSM is beating. Yeah, I'll do Roku next for you, Mateus. You guys have asked twice now on Roku. Done. Yeah, I'll take a look at Tesla again for you. Ben makes a very good point this morning. When they pin SPY and QQQ, IWM can fly. I agree with that. Hutch is going to wait it out for a little bit. Someone's asking about Zoom Beyond. Yeah, it's really weird. There was a ton. So I was flooded yesterday with YouTube videos about the Beyond Meat KFC deal once again. I think that they actually launched that stuff. Yeah, Sean, if you want to help with the Discord, can you give me a shout on at Captain's Alpha in a DM and just say, I'm interested in getting involved? I'll look at Beyond next. Any help would be appreciated, especially if you have Discord experience. So Roku, let's take a look at Roku. Roku has more buyers than sellers. Slightly negative hero indicator. It's kind of right in the middle, right? See the buyers down below at 170. See the sellers above at 178. I'd be interested to take a long 151. So that'd be a nice breakout moment for Roku. Set a buy at 170 on Roku. Some slight negative hero on it, but it's not overly terrible. You've got lots of buyers stepping in here. You do want to see a break above 180. If you do see a break above this 180, I'd say be a buyer down below at 170.32 or maybe slightly higher. You've got some nice ice down below here too at 172. and then sell your position at 179.42. Look at Beyond next. Yeah, a whole ton of YouTube stuff coming in my feed. Everybody's reviewing the new Beyond chicken nuggets. Is that what you call them? Chicken nuggets? I'll do Misfit next. Someone's saying they're trading Misfit today. Amazon today. Yeah, I think we see a slow grind up to 475. It's a nice day to be putting on some spreads. And we talked yesterday about putting on some condors or some butterflies at the bell. You could have done like a broken wing yesterday at the bell, and then today at the bell you make it a full butterfly. And there goes SPY. It's heading up towards 475 like a fly to a light. Beyond's got blue skies. What do you say about that? All the buyers are down below at 55 bucks. All kinds of support. It's running into some resistance here at 75. Looks like price target's 100 bucks. And buy the dip at 63.92, 60.32. Any kind of bad news, buy it at 51 bucks. We'll look at MSFT for all those dividend bros out there. If I can get a buy on the SPY, I'm probably going to buy. Let's take a look. Let me take a look at I'm going to make a trade here. We have a golden ticket coming in on EXPE. June 17th, 190C for $1.2 million. Algo-driven trades coming out. EDC, April 14th, 75C. $700,000 on that trade. EDC, Echo, Delta, Charlie. BBBY has some algo-driven calls coming out on it. February 11th, 17C. AMC has some calls on it. 25C expiring January 14th. That's got a high algo score. BA with lots of calls still coming in on it. We're going to look at the best calls this morning. And right out the gate, Tesla has all the money flow in it. It has January 14th, 1150C for $138,000. But this is where someone was just mentioning the call wall moving on Tesla and support or resistance disappearing. This is why this is disappearing. We have a call for February 18th, 1200C, $1.6 million on Tesla. So we'll look at Tesla this morning and we'll see if it's shaping up. You really do want to be seeing call expansion on Tesla, and that's what we're seeing this morning. Looks like we're targeting ER plays. Got a bounce here at 318 on MSFT. This might be a nice dip buy. We'll add the hero indicator to it and see what it's showing. So you've got more sellers than buyers on Microsoft. You might be looking to dip by at 315. Keep an eye on Misfit because this could be a good trade. If we trade down and bounce off 315 down here, it might make for a very nice long. I like this trade a lot. Pay attention here where it's bouncing right now. If there's a break below 317.88 and it starts to fall down to 315, this might make a great trade. So your next golden ticket is EXPE, which we already talked about. We've got tons of orders coming in on BA this morning. We also have a lot of orders coming in on BAC. So your BA calls are January 21st, 225C. BAC, your calls are January 14th, 49.5C. And you got a big boy stepping in for June 17th, 48C. Then you've got people stepping in on BAC, 55C for October 21st. So I'm very positive on BAC this morning. EDC, you've got April 14th, 75C. Lots of calls on Apple, all focused around January 21st, January 14th. Roughly 177.5C and 180C. Amazon has some decent call flow on it this morning as well. Wells Fargo has some call flow on it. MU has call flow. Ford has a rack of calls on it. All retail driven. January 14th and January 21st at 25C and 26C respectively. INTC has some call flow on it this morning. January 28th. And March 18th, 55 and 60C. Yeah, and I'm seeing even more BAC flow come in right now. Watch out on Roku. There's some flow, some negative put flow coming in on Roku right now. January 14th, 170C or 170P. Be aware of that. And today being Thursday, I bet you could have a really nice butterfly on the SPY for closing on Friday. So I'm going to be looking here on the SPY and seeing if I can grab something. Think about where the, let's take a look at where all the money is for Friday OPEX. I have a bunch of calls for 472C expiring Friday. That's reasonable. 30,000 calls on 472C. They're $1.83 right now. It's a little pricey. I might take a spread here, or I'm going to look at a neutral trade here. Probably should have bought these right on the bell this morning. $475, $468. Do I think we trade higher than 475 or 460 or lower than 469? The riskier trade is the Iron Butterfly. Costs $133, pays $267. The safer bet is the Iron Condor. Costs $60, pays $40. I have a feeling that we close at like 468, 469 Friday. Maybe we rip up into the close. But it sure as shit looks like we were moved here, doesn't it? Looks like we're moved down here to this zone, this 466 to 470 area. Like the market, like the banks want it right around here. More TSM calls coming in January 14th, 145C. Seeing a mixed bag in NVIDIA this morning. Yeah, Starlight saying likely a boring day. I think it's going to be boring as well. I think you put on like an in-the-money call spread. Slightly, you could do a call spread that's like 465, 468. Yeah, I'll check LCID for you. I missed some stuff here. You don't need to go so high on your call spreads for a day like today. You make them in the money or slightly even more in the money. Yeah, Chris says he's going to spend the day coding. PayPal's been an awesome day trade. We'll look at a bunch of stuff. I'm going to spend some time blowing through. Let me get back to the top here. You guys are throwing out a ton of tickers at me. So, Paul, we'll look at MT real quick. How did X do this morning? There was a lot of calls on X yesterday. At the bell yesterday in U.S. Steel. It did all right off the bell. Went to 26 bucks. Looks like it's selling off right now. Everybody's day trading. Nobody's holding positions for longer than a day, are they? Yeah, I don't see any weakness in the SPY today. If I had to guess, they're going to park it on Friday. I mean, look at MT. More sellers than buyers. Looks like it's a stock that where the buyers are in control or the sellers are in control. You kind of have to watch it and just wait for the buyers to step in. There's no real top or bottom. It looks like there's sellers above at 38. I would trade this on the VWAP. If you're going to trade MT, just set up a VWAP and trade it like that. It's going to use classic trading. We did MT. All right, Winky, we'll take a look at ME next. Ooh, I like that ME trade. Winky, I like that trade, Winky. I like that ME trade, brother. Winky knows what he's doing. Look at this. Okay, so ready? Here's a trade setup for you guys. This is courtesy of Winky. You've got support this morning. This is really cool shit too because you can't tell about this stuff unless you've got this book map. You got more sellers this morning on ME, right? You got more sellers. You got selling pressure on ME. Their earnings date is February 9th, right? So we've got ME earnings date February 9th. They've been trading down forever, right? How long have they been trading down since? Been trading down since a high. They've had $18 as a high. They're down to 563 right now. They've looks like they've got buyers at 551 and 530. We'll take a look at the options chain for ME. I like this trade, Winky. This is a good trade, brother. Even just buying it. I typed in Winky instead of ME into my options chain. Let's see where the sellers are on this two above. So you got support at $5, 533, bouncing on support right now. We have more sellers at ME. Maybe they want to see $5, but then you've got sellers above at 680. $680. When's their earnings date? February 9th. Yeah, you know what I would do is I would take some April 14th. Or you know what I would do? Maybe the February 18th. I like February 18th. Let me see if there's any call spreads on this. ME. 1 month. Bullish. February 18th. Generate trades. Oh, wow. That's juicy. That's really juicy. That's going to be a tough one to beat, isn't it? That's why. Okay. This is a risky trade, but it could pay very well. February 18th, 7.5 call spreads. They're $22 and the risk is $22. It pays $128. I don't think we get above 750. I can see why it doesn't really pay, but the wall on ME is 950, 959. Looks like there's sellers though at $7. Best trade's probably just buying stock. Set an alert at $5.30. Even right now, you could scale into stock between $5.60 and $5. That's probably the safest trade. Next safest trade, it doesn't really pay on spreads. I would say you take the next expiry after. I like the idea of taking the April 14th. Take April 14th, 9C. They're only 25 cents, between 25 and 35 cents. And there's some interest at that strike as well. Put a bid in for 28 cents and see if they fill. 9C expiring April 14th. Sell them after ER. If let's say they kill the February 8th or 18th. Let's say they kill the February 18th contracts, then they would print the April contracts. They print them in February as soon as they murdered the February 18th contracts. I like that trade on ME. That's a good one. We'll go back to Tesla. See some Tesla puts coming in here. All right, what are you on next? TSM. I'll show TSM, then ENPH. Thanks, Mihai. I'll check. I'm going to look at my DMs this morning at some point. NVIDIA is not getting love. Good morning, Cody. Apple. I'll do Apple as well. Let me just look at Tesla real quick, and then we'll get to... BBBY, more calls coming in. WFC, more calls coming in. Lots of calls on WFC. Is XLF running this morning? You're going to be watching Tesla right now for a bounce off 1090. For that dip buy. We'll see if we get that dip buy down here. It's probably what I'm looking for right now is you got more support at 1080. I'm going to be taking a trade here in just a second. Let's see if Tesla finds support here. We'll put the connection or settings, add-ons, hero indicator. Close. All right, give me my cash back, baby. So any of you guys watching this right now that are wondering is if the market is crashing right now, it doesn't look like it to me. It just looks like a cash back. This is a cash gap close from the day before to me. No, there's no. We're not doing that this morning. We're not fixing my Microsoft account this morning. Nope. We're not fixing anything this morning. You are about crashing through 1080. You do still have support here at 1080, and you've got that old school major support at 1050 down below here. But I think this is a cash gap close. I'm going to grab some calls here, either here or down below at 468.94. But I think I'm going to buy. So I'm going to start entering a trade right now. I like that 468. I might do a credit spread instead. More Teslas jumping in right now. I've got some more calls coming in. NVIDIA's getting some calls. January 14th, 275C. January 21st, 285C. The big boy just came in, though. February 18th, 26C on Ford. February 18th, 26C. It's $1.1 million. Tesla calls just came in January 14th. $326,000, 1110C. Nikola, and I shouldn't even be saying this, NKLA, January 21, 12C, and January 21, 12.5C. I don't like to support, I don't like to support Nikola at all. SPY. 475. I just saw some XLF puts coming in February 4th, 41p. So I grabbed some Friday 475 Cs for SPY, January 14th, expiry 475C. And I'll put a tight stop on them. If we start to sell off, I'll get rid of them. So I bought the dip, if you guys want to know, on the SPY. Looks like there was a nice dip buy down here on Tesla. They cost me 48 cents on those SPY calls. So there's my price target on the SPY right here, 475.16. We've got hero indicator blasting off here. Buyers consuming sellers here on the cash back close. We might still go down. We could possibly go down to 469.74. We go down as far as 469 flat or somewhere in there. So if we keep trading down, I'll just keep averaging, dollar cost averaging in between now and Friday close. So just if you guys want to know if I have a position, I've got January 14th, 475C. I'm not sure if we get there, but I think we're going to be range bound here into Friday, but if I can hold on to make quick profit, I will. And I like the idea of a pullback on the SPY and then a run up. And I like seeing this 475 here. If you want to be a little bit safer, you could take month out or 2 week out 475Cs. We might print this on Monday. Might print it next Thursday. But I like the idea of this up here. I like the idea that we have more buyers than sellers. I like the idea that the hero indicator's off the charts here. I am seeing some TQQ puts coming in. Seeing January 14th, 76.25 puts. $500,000. Some QQQ puts on April 14th, 360p for $600,000. So I think Chase was getting a little bearish earlier. So if you think we're going to keep trading down, if you think the Qs are going to sell off right now, there is some negative flow coming in for the Qs. Yep, I'm down. So I just triggered a sell on my calls. They just sold off. That was like a call that I held for like 5 minutes. And they triggered at 45 cents. maybe we drift down even more. If you guys are bearish, there's 3 sets of TQQ puts that came out January 14th, 76.25. It was roughly $500,000 split between, it was a sweep, or excuse me, 2 sweeps in a block trade. XBI puts, 99 puts for January 14th. And I think I got tricked out of my calls here. Kind of laughing my ass off here that I got the fishing expedition on my calls. We'll take a look back at Tesla. Now, Tesla's got a nice bounce here. Just grind. It looks like they're grinding options. I got nailed. I got taken out of my calls at I bought them at 48 cents, and I triggered a sell at 45 cents on them. So I got knocked out real fast. I'm gonna post these TQQ puts out there for you guys on Twitter real quick, so you guys can see these, because they're becoming significant at this point. Even if it's just intraday stuff. I want to show you guys these. This looks like somebody's doing something underneath the scenes, beneath the surface. So I'll post these on Twitter right now for you. If you want to get bearish, you might be able to. Keep your eyes. Someone was mentioning here, it was Walter Bloomberg says that he has RSX on watch. Ticker symbol RSX. It's a Russian ETF. They just bounced at 25 bucks. They've been selling off since January of 2021. And it looks like it might sell. Let me bring it up right real quick. RSX. Walter Bloomberg is pumping RSX. You have to look for some news on this and see why he's got this on watch. The Van Eck Russia ETF. Emerging market. I don't know why it's on watch, but he's putting it on watch right now. It's tagged. It's very low on its chart. So we'll look at RSX and see why he's bringing it up. Still more sellers than buyers. See if there's a bottom to this thing. Yeah, it looks like there are some buyers down below here at 24.54. I don't know if I'd trade options on this one. Let's take a look at RSX. There's some interest on RSX on the February 4th, 26.5 Cs, but it has lots of puts on it. It's pretty well pinned. You might, if you're going to trade that ticker that Walter Bloomberg published this morning, you might just, or that ETF, you might just want to buy shares if you're interested in it. I've never even heard of that ETF. ME is still trading down there at 552 now. I think the number we gave was 532 to look to buy ME. $5 flat and 532. Tesla's just bouncing around. Yeah, thank God I sold it that SPY call, huh? I triggered that SPY. I triggered a sell on that SPY call. I bought it at 48 cents, sold it at 45. I'm going to take a look and see what they cost now. They're now down to 43 cents, so I'm glad I got out of that. And it does look like some bears just stepped in on algos on the SPY. They're all in on 470p. It looks like a split. They were in on calls, and then they just bought 470p's on the SPY expiring on Friday. So I'm knocked out of my first trade today. Did you guys get those TQQ puts that I put up on at Captain's Alpha? Yeah, some puts coming across the board now. Plug puts, NVIDIA puts, C puts. BA has puts coming out on it right now. This looks like Theta Gang to me. This doesn't look like sell the market. Looks like ye old Theta Gang. This might be a nice trade. IBM. IBM, January 14th, 137C. Take a look at the chart. QCOM has some more puts coming in on it. We know that 191 was the resistance. Oh, what did I just do here? And you can see IBM trading up on its own this morning. What did I just do here? I'm going to bring up Hood. I saw a request for that. Saw a golden put sweep come out for TSM. February 18th, 145p, $1.5 million. More NVIDIA puts. BAC puts. BAC had a lot of calls coming into it. Now I'm getting some puts at June 17th for $42. XLE puts coming in January 28th, 62.5p. That would not bode well for the SPY. Let's see what they're doing. Yeah, there's my guys hanging out down below here. 1361. That's what I'm still waiting on. I'm still waiting for my buy-in on the hood. Got localized support at 1535, 1512. You got more sellers than buyers on hood this morning. Let's take a look at IWM again. See if that is at a bottom or not. Watching more TQQ puts coming in. Now, let me see. I'm going to repost the TQQ puts for you because they're flowing in right now. So we went from $600,000 in TQQ put flow. We're now up to 1.4 million in TQQ put flow. And it's all on January 14th, all on 76.25. So we'll look up the Qs next. We'll look at IWM here, see if there's actual support. Yeah, there's still more buyers than sellers here. This doesn't look as weak as it looks on the charts, but we'll look lower in case bears are interested in staying short in this. Yeah, I don't see it. It's just accumulation, just basing. I'm not seeing what maybe some of you guys are seeing out there. We'll look at the Qs and see if it's more damaging or more dangerous over there. This just looks like sideways bullshit to me. But I am interested as to why. Maybe the Q, I wonder if the TQQ puts are about bad ERs maybe, or sell the news on good ERs. They just place them for the week and then find out. What am I looking at here? Let's take a look. Maybe this is just the contract. I'm not overly concerned here. Down $90. So the Qs you're on support right now at 385. If we do sell off from here in tech, so we can put the indicator up here. Hero indicator, close. You do have more sellers right now on the Qs. Let's take a look right here. Bounce off 16,000, so you want to sell it down. Let's take a look. Nasdaq. And those TQQ puts are printing right now. Starting to print. I'm going to post some flow on Ford. It's been rising all morning. And Ford's just ripping. Have lots of BABA calls coming in this morning as well. Got January 14th, 136C. March 18th, 150C. February 18th, 140C. And March 18th, 140C. And it does look like the call interest on Friday has disappeared from SPY. They're all in on the put side on 470p. Or the algos or whomever was in calls, they're gone now in the SPY. Still haven't taken a trade. I took that one trade that got knocked out of. I don't know. I missed the Ford trade, which sucks. Emmy is coming into the support zone we were talking about earlier. So we're going to look up Emmy again real quick. They're at 543 at the moment. So we'll let Emmy catch up and take a look here and see if it'll find some buyers. Still seeing Q's put flow come in. QQQ, January 14th, 382p. TQQQ, January 14th, 76.25p. And now seeing some more SPY puts come in. January 14th, 469p. I did see a dip buyer down below. QQQ, January 14th, 386c. But it's being overwhelmed by put buyers. And we're still in neutral territory on the sentiment on the day. Seeing some KWeb put flow come in as well. That might be a pair trade with that Russian ETF, because that's another emerging market ETF. But that's put flow on KWeb. January 14, 36.92 is the strike. Seeing some RK puts coming in. March 18th, 81.22. VIX calls coming in. January 14th, 17.5. And there is now a waterfall of TQQ puts coming in. So I'm going to repost again TQQ, because there is an actual waterfall of flow coming in negative on tech. I'm going to repost this. I'll post the Q's puts as well. And I'll post the SPY puts along with it. I'll throw some DVN in there too. What am I doing here? None of this is hedging, so it looks localized, but I'd be concerned about this TQQ for a NASDAQ retest and pullback. Chase nailed it this morning on the Qs. I don't know if he said Qs or SPY, but Chase was shouting out this morning that he was bearish on the market this morning. Good job, Chase. Yeah, ME still looking for that 530 down below. 531, 528, 526, somewhere in here. If we can get more, selling down below here. You've got overwhelming sellers on ME. You've got 137,000 sellers to 50,000 buyers so far. Hopefully we can get a capitulation move today on ME. I'd be interested in buying this stock. So I'll keep you updated on ME as we move forward. Nope. Keep. Nope. With the Qs. And I posted some updated Qs put flow. I think it was the Qs and TQQ. Natural gas is selling off this morning. You guys probably want to see Tesla too, right? I'll bring up Tesla for you. Looks like that Tesla support they were trying to build at 1100 failed. It also looked like, what's going on here? Looks like that support. We'll check to see if that's a real support wall on Tesla down at 1072. This 1080 up here, 1078. You want to mark a line on this on your charts here. 1050 is where the smart money is still. Well, being overwhelmed by sellers on Tesla right now. This might not be the dip that you buy at this moment. I'll leave this Tesla up for a minute here for you. So bring this down. Is that support even there? I guess is the question. What's going on here with this? Right there. Let's take a look at Tesla. And 72. 114, 473. Oh, yeah, I should have bought that call. $0.75. Okay, so we were talking about RSX this morning. Walter Bloomberg posted to put RSX, Roger Sierra X-ray, on watch this morning. And I just saw call flow come on for that ticker. I never see call flow for this ticker. So RSX, April 14th, 28C. Someone spent $240,000 on RSX. So we saw Walter Bloomberg this morning. Shout out RSX, the ticker. We took a look at it this morning, and it looks like someone's taken a bite off of it for April. If that's you, Walter Bloomberg, out there buying those calls, we can see them right now. So someone bought April 14th, 28C on RSX, $240,000. Someone else bought SPY calls. There's some forward flow coming in, QQQ calls coming in. I'm not sure if this is just a cash gap close from yesterday. It doesn't seem unreasonable that we'll bounce here. But I do have to warn you that people are still in on those 470Ps, or the algos are still in on 470P. So I'm going to wait here to buy in. I was looking at 473C. They were down to like 70 cents at one point. They're now up to 82 cents, but I'm still not completely sold on entering a position. And I'm very glad that I sold out of my 475s. They went down to like 33 cents at one point. They're recovering right now, but I'm glad that I got out at 43 cents. Let's take a look at AFRM next. Be careful here on Tesla. You've got a really negative hero indicator. You've got sellers overwhelming on Tesla. It looks like the smart money's down at 1050. Excuse me. That doesn't mean we go down to 1050 today. Just be careful of it because you're turning this 1080 and this 1085 into resistance at this point. It looks like bulls are waiting for this 1050 hit. Still more forward calls coming in. I'd be cautious of forward calls at this point. So you've got 1072, looks like it's holding right now, but you do have some resistance above here at 1080. You've got more sellers coming down. Usual stuff with Tesla. See if you can buy 1050 on Tesla. I'd be a buyer down here. We'll take a look at Ford next because Ford's been ripping all morning, but I want to see if this is just FOMO buyers on Ford or not. or if it's going to continue to rip today. Some Lumen calls coming in. April 14th, 15C, $50,000. See if we can get Ford to come up here. I'm seeing some crazy Ford calls coming in. See if we can get Ford to pop up here. Yeah, I'm still waiting on Tesla and SPY calls. Not convinced yet to take a call position. This looks like grinding of options. Even those SPY puts are only up like 20%. They're doing okay. They're just not doing great. The 1-for-1 on SPY puts, you really need SPY to sell off. You need SPY to sell off like 10 points to print heavy. So maybe they're trying to squeeze Ford right now. There's a squeeze attempt on Ford. I don't like Ford calls anymore this morning either. You've got crazy more buyers than sellers. Hero indicators off the charts. It looks like the Ford gang is trying to squeeze. Looks like all the buyers are centered down here at $24. If you do break through $26, $26.07, you are going to catch a squeeze on Ford today. That'd be an interesting play. It's very risky, but the payoff could be huge. And the Ford calls keep coming in. The flow on Ford is wild. All in April, too. That is one key thing is, you've got Ford April 14th, 25C is now coming out on Ford. When you see expansion and calls like this, it does set up for some form of a squeeze. It's an interesting play, dangerous play, because you can see like they're just ripping through resistance here. The buy the dip kids should be down here at $24, but if they do break above this 25, 87, 2602, there is a potential to squeeze Ford. I don't know how you squeeze Ford. It's got so many shares out there. It's such a high float stock. But anyways, if you like Ford, buy the dip at 24. You've got more buyers than sellers. Hero indicator is very good right now. And the call expansion is all the way into April. So it does look very positive right now. Seeing some Twitter calls come in. January 21st, 40C. New calls coming in. NUE 120C for January 21st. Uber calls coming in. Give me a trade. I don't have any trades. Just want to throw something on and take the rest of the day off. That's what I want to do. I feel like every time I'm like, yeah, I'm going to take the day off today, I got roped in waiting for a trade. I want to take a trade that expires tomorrow. VIAC. I'm interested again in Viacom. Viacom's still ripping. Look at that. Beautiful. Viacom's awesome. What a great trade. I'm interested in Hood again. Here I go back to Hood. I haven't been reading you guys' texts over here. I'm trying to find a better trade than the TQQ trade. TQQ Ford was a good trade. Yeah, we still got $15 on $15 for intraday support. We're still at 1540 on Hood. What are the options chain doing on Hood this morning? Does it just take profit Friday? We have earnings for Hood. Let's see what we're looking at here. Hood's pinned on January 14th on puts. 18C for the 21st has some interest. 18C on Hood. Woof. Not much interest after the 28th when they have their earnings call. There's some interest on 19C on February 4th for Hood. I want to place a trade on Hood here because they've got their earnings date coming up. Yeah, and the implied is that Robinhood is gonna not beat their estimate, right? I'm gonna place a trade on Hood. If they surprise beat, they should rip. Let me check all the. I've missed a bunch of you guys' chat messages down here. I'm trying to find a trade for Friday. I think my chat. I can't see the chat right now. My chat is getting jacked up here. All right, I get the chat's back on here. AFRM. Yeah, I'm seeing some talk on Discord right now for AFRM. Winky. I'll bring it up for you. Yeah, there should be no break below here on the SPY either. This doesn't look like sell the news to me. It just looks like noise. This looks like sideways trading to me. That's it. I'm not paranoid right now and the market's selling off. If you're a bear right now, I'm not fearful. I got nothing for you. If any of you are bearish right now in the market, you should probably sign up for a spot gamma so you can get a better picture of where we are. Ooh, that was a nice bounce off AFR. I'm down here at $73. That's why people were talking about it. See if we got a hero indicator here. $70 is your buy the dip on AFRM. Your price target's $79. Can't get bearish on the SPY until you break through. Let me take a look on ES and see. Give you an accurate number here. Yes. I know you guys want to get bearish on SPY. I understand that. No, just bouncing around. Still need to break below 4,700. And it was saved at 46.99.75. So all looks like sideways action. I will say, though, I will give you this. If we continue to trade sideways, we've been trading sideways on the SPY since January 11th. If we continue to trade sideways on the SPY for too long, we will see a downward move into... I mean, we'll give the bears one thing. If we don't resolve on sideways movement, we tend to trade down. Not always, but we tend to. So let's say we trade sideways for 5 days. You'll get a capitulation move down. So if you're bearish, I would say every time we hit 47.36 or so, just keep taking shorts until we do get a breakdown. If we do get a breakdown, it could break down to 465. That's all I could tell you if you're a bear out there. If you're a bull, this just looks like more sideways, right? That's all it looks like. I wouldn't be taking short at 470, but I would be taking short if you're bearish every time we hit above 473. You could take a short or a put, trade it down, and then you would pick it back up if you were bearish. If you're looking for that capitulation move, you'd pick it back up below 470. You'd want to see a hold below 470, and maybe you get a capitulation move to quote-unquote retest, which everyone likes to say. It has to retest. I don't believe that, but if you wanted to pick up another short, you'd wait until we break below 469, take it to 463 or 465, excuse me, 466 or 465. But you want to get out of your shorts or puts around that level of 4,700. But this is just sideways trading. There's nothing going on here. And you've got OPEX tomorrow, so I don't know. It's kind of tough. I am watching a lot of puts coming in right now on AMD, RK, NVIDIA, SPY, tons of puts coming in. SPY 114, 465p across the board. I guess that's the play for bears right now, is to lean in on SPY puts at the moment. They want to tag that 465. And I'll post this flow for you if you are bearish so that you can get your trade on. I'll post this on Twitter so that you can see the exact numbers on it. It's got the RK stuff in there. Some other tech puts in there. Hang tight here. And I'm not in any trade right now, if anyone wants to know. I'm not convinced on the capitulation move. Maybe. I mean, I think we will get the capitulation move possibly because we continue to trade sideways. So maybe it's like sideways and slightly down eventually. I just don't know that I like it today. So I just posted it on Twitter. So if you bears want to lean in right now, if you're committed to this, then I just posted the play for you to 465p. It's January 14th. That actually could print quite well. Maybe I'll go in on that. You know what? I'm going to go in that myself. I'm going to take those puts. I'm going to join the bears. Let's see. January 14th, 465p. They're cheap. They're only 65 cents. I'll buy those. I'm with you guys, bears. You bears want to get out of 465? I'm in. Nope. Hold on. I'm not in. Trying to charge me a premium on puts? What the fuck are you guys doing? Oh, you are trying to send me a premium on puts. So I got an order in for 65 cents. It did bump to 67 cents. I'll see if I get a fill here at 65. I'll join the bears. They're calling for 465 today. So I'm with you bears for now. Let's see if I get a fill. I'm in. 65 cents, right? 63 cents they're down to now. Here's where the bears get fucked every day. So I'm trading with the bears today. Okay, bears. I'm on 65p expiring tomorrow and we're going up. Tell me when I start making money here. I'm with the bears. 65 or 465p. I don't believe this is going to hold true. But there is a lot of flow for the bears. So I'll show you. I'm going to repost an update on SPY puts. This is where the bears lose all their money. I hate doing this. Bears get all frothy and committed, sweaty. They're in the dance club. Like we're going down. Bear holiday. So I'll hold these with an iron fist, even if they go down in value. I'll even add some to them. I'll diamond hand with the bears. Okay, so I just updated SPY puts on Twitter. Looks like everybody's going balls deep on 465p. So we'll see if that actually works out for the bears. It's funny because whenever I go bearish with the bears, I have to place my bets and then go lock myself in a bunker. Like go downstairs or go out, not downstairs, but go out in the backyard, open up the bomb shelter, climb down the old wooden staircase, lock the gate up top. I have to turn off, smash my cell phone with a hammer. Then I got to turn on the, or smash my ham radio. And then I don't come out until Friday morning or something, or Friday afternoon, and see if they actually printed. Yeah, and they're already down 10%. 20%. We're at 56 cents. So we're down 20% already on those, or almost 15% on those SPY puts. So we'll see. I'll diamond hand them with the bears. We'll see it. We'll see if they print heavy or not. I don't think we go down. I think we trade sideways. Yeah, I don't see this 465 trade here. This looks more like a price target of 475, but I'll stay with the Bears. I'll add to the position. But I don't believe the Bears. I think we trade sideways. I think we trade between 473, 475. We did a cash back down below at 468. I think we trade in this range for until tomorrow. I think that the market maker is going to make this a sideways trading range into Friday. So I'm going to hold on to these puts with the Bears and see if they're lying to me or not. I think that they are, but who knows? We're probably going to bounce around in here for the next 2 days. I'm going to take off here. I'm going to turn off the video, turn off the audio. You guys want to watch this all day long, you can. I'll come back and check up on Tesla at some point. I need to work on the Discord this morning and the website. So I'm going to give Joe a call if he's listening in this morning on the broadcast. And if we sell off, I'll be back. But otherwise, I'm going to work on the Discord. I'm going to work on. I've got some other stuff I got to work on too for the live stream. I've got some stuff to add to the live stream. I've got the website to work on, so you guys will have a place to discuss things. We can post this stream in the Discord, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to sign off here at this moment. I don't see any other flow coming in other than some. It looks to me like the Bears are playing the range too. It doesn't look like. Nothing here looks like it's bearish or bullish. It just looks like range trading. That's all it looks like. It doesn't. The only thing I could give the Bears, if I gave the Bears something, it would be that we're sideways trading, right? We're 1 day, 2 days. This will be the third day. Sometimes by the fifth day, you'll get some downward moves, some capitulation to where the buyers are, but I don't see the buyers. The one thing that my only problem I have right now is that there are no buyers below on the SPY. You've got a hero indicator that's through the roof for calls. You've got, I don't see any lines down here. It's not like the banks are waiting down below at 465. They're not waiting down below at 450. You have sellers above at 475, which leads me to believe that the banks know we're going up from here. So I don't know what to say to you guys out there. I'm not as bearish as some of you guys are out here right now. But I'm holding puts, so let me know if they print. I'm doing this one for as I know that the Bears think I don't get bearish with them, and I will. I'll get bearish with you guys. So I'm gonna sign off right now, and I'll check back in later on this afternoon. Someone was just asking about Zoom earlier. I posted some Zoom calls on at Captain's Alpha. Big call block, $1.2 million. Sweet. Looks like I've got some puts printing over here. So let's see if we trade down to 464 down here or if the support comes in right where we are. So I've got some 465 Ps. Let's have a look. What do I got? So they're 56 cents. They're now $1.18. Man, it just doesn't print. Send it down to 464. Where's 464 at? That's where the supply side is. See if they come back up or not. Because this would be real nice down here, like 464.16. But it does look like some buyers are stepping in. Let me know if you guys are still holding your puts or if you're going to cash them out right here. Something weird going on with my chat box is not working today. Yeah, I'll look at Tesla for you guys. So my SPY puts are printing. I'm wondering right now if the buyers are stepping up from 464 or not. We talked about 450 this morning, right? On Tesla. That's where the money was. It does look like money's moved up a little bit on Tesla. But you know that the money's at 1050, right? We don't need to check Tesla. We know that Tesla's at 1050. You know this is where the buyers are. 1050 on Tesla. Nothing's changed on that. Yeah, I wasn't listening to Brainerd. Chase is saying to get out of my puts right now. All right, I'm going to sell my puts. Maybe I'll add the call side now. I'm going to add some calls. I'm going to add 475s again. They're dirt cheap now. They were like 38 cents earlier, 50 cents, I think, at the start of the day, 60 cents. So I might add some 475s here. All right, so I'm out of my puts. I like this. I like this down here. I like this 464 down here, but it looks like buyers are stepping in. Hero indicator's turning quite bullish right now. Still have more sellers on SPY. Tesla's getting close to that 1050 mark as well. So I don't know if we break through 1050 today. Let's have a look-see. Let's see where the next layer of buyers are on Tesla. If we can actually break through here at 467. Yeah, so you got light support at 1040. Light buyers at 1,000. But this looks like pretty good support for Tesla. I'm not going to expect SPY to fall much more. I want Tesla to go to 464. I just don't know if we're going to get it. That was a nice trade. That was a nice SPY trade. I'm going to add some calls here in a moment. I want to make sure that it's just bottoming out. Then I'll take the call side on SPY. There's some more SPY puts coming in right now. But it looks like it's FOMO buyers, FOMO put buyers. It doesn't look like bears. Looks like people late to the party. So I just bought some 475Cs expiring on Friday. They cost me 14 cents. We'll see if we still have a lot of puts here at 324. But if I can get these calls to go up to like 30 or 40 or 50 cents, this should be a good buy. So I'm now on the long side of SPY. So we'll see what happens here. If we actually trade down to 464, if we trade down to 464, I might throw some like 465 C's on, but this looks like it's this is done for today. We'll find out. There's a lot of call structure coming in now on the SPY, and the buyers are stepping back in here. That was a good trade. That was a real good. Well, it was a 100% trade. I didn't make a ton off it, but I'll take it. I'll take it, God damn it. They're closing millions in SPX January with 4,500 puts. Yeah, Tesla support. We're right on Tesla support right now, aren't we? This is major support. Your next move down really is 1,000. So you'd have to consider, do we head from 1050 down to 1,000 or not? There is a reaction in the market at the moment on the SPY. Looks like that guy I saw the one part with the guy from Montana that was talking about how inflation was high in Montana. So I came and checked. I was in the middle of eating lunch. That was a nice trade. Yeah, and there's some QQQ calls coming back in right now. Yeah, there's some QQQ puts too, but I don't know. Let me look at the Qs real quick. I want to see if we actually break through. I do want to warn you, if you're a Tesla bull, that, not warn, I guess. You still have slightly negative hero, and you've got more sellers than buyers on Tesla, but it's not like it was earlier. But you do see down here, sometimes you'll get that like quick dip down and then some buyers to dump it up, bring it up. So 1050 is actual support. 1041, you might catch a really cheap call down here. And the next question would be, if you're not bullish, do you think it goes to 1,000? That really is the next level down below. Let's see where it is. So the next level down below is 1007. There's some light buyers above at 1006. Seems like a pretty fair place for major support for Tesla, but the buyers are at 1050. They've been waiting there all along since the bell. 990, there's really firm support at 990. This is not a bad place to take a long in Tesla, I think. Could be wrong on that, but we're getting there. It's getting to that point where I'm not going to risk going short down to 464. It's too close now, I think, for not enough money. I could be wrong on that, but yeah. So what do I got now? So those calls are up a penny. I bought them for 14 cents. I bought 475C. They're up to 15 cents. They'll need to print today, I think, because I think by tomorrow no one will think we're going to 475. So there has to be a little bit of interest left in them today. So I'm going to look for a trade higher for the rest of the afternoon. I'm going to go back to work on the Discord. And my expectation would be that we trade up to at least 470, 468, 470. And I'll get back to you guys in a little bit. That was a good trade. Yeah, someone was asking, can 1050 get pulled? You know, the levels can be pulled at any level. Can be pulled, like can be rug pulled out. But when you're looking over the whole week here, you're going to need to see some significant selling. You really want to be looking for lots of Tesla puts here to break through this level. These are pretty significant levels. Like when you're at 1050, 1,000, 950, you don't want to be short on Tesla until we break below 1047. If you're a bear, you want to take it to 1050, get out, take it again down to 1,000. Because these are major supports. You know, you can't say that these aren't. We said it right at the open this morning. Looked like these buyers had moved up to 1060. and then they moved slightly lower to 1050. So it's not unreasonable to think that this is a bottom for a moment. And think of it from this perspective. If you've got buyers below SPY at 464, if we have buyers below SPY at 464, think about it just like technically. Wait a minute, yeah, so we have buyers here at 464, right? If Tesla drops 50 points, we would go below 464. So seeing this here leads me to believe that even if we drop a little bit, I don't see the Tesla to 10,000 or to 1,000 trade. I don't see it. I don't see it not technically, but mathematically why would a SPY buyer be here at 464 and Tesla trade down to 1,000? Because I think that would force Tesla down. If Tesla went down to 1,000, it'd probably impact the SPY down to 460. You'd see 460 and not 464. So if I had to guess, this is close to a bottom for us. Pretty close. You could take the trade down to 460, but I don't know if it prints or not. I can't. It's unclear to me. I can look at Apple, and maybe Apple can tell a better story. Because if Apple's got dip buyers way lower, that would work too. I like to see, like, if the buyers were at 460 on SPY, I would say that $1,000 is on the table for Tesla all day long. I would say that they know that they're dropping it to that point. I'm looking for, confirmation outside of the index and stocks that are holding it up. Yeah, see, like, this ain't showing. I guess Apple. Like Apple here is showing buyers. Like if Apple traded down, so that doesn't make sense either. So like, here's the example, okay? If Apple traded down to 165, then the SPY would go to probably 460. If you had like Apple dump down to 165, you had Tesla dump down to 165, to Tesla dump down to 1,000, then you would see the buyers on the SPY at, you would see the buyers on SPY moving down. You would see them not at 464. You'd see them more down here at like 450, 460, or even lower. I don't see them that low. I have to chew on this and think about it. I don't think so. They're not matching where the SPY buyers are. That's my only concern. I want to see if there are actually SPY buyers that are lower. We will take a look. Yeah, see, you'd see a giant red line right here at like 460 if you knew tech was going to fall down to 460, to like, if you saw Apple keep crashing, you saw Tesla crash down to $1,000, you'd see the buyers down here. You wouldn't see them here at 465. 464, 33. I don't know. It's possible. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying that I'm taking my money and I'm running. That's what I'm saying. All right, so we'll see what happens here. We'll see if SPY trades back up. Well, I'm going to put a resistance on SPY on the daily. We'll see. We'll see if we break above. See if we break above 470.26. If we break above 470.26, I'll get more bullish on SPY. But if not, I don't know what to say to you. And my calls are only up a penny. So let's see what happens. All right, back to work. I do want to say one more thing. Two more market notes for you out there that you want to pay attention to. we did not trade lower than. We did not trade lower on the week yet. So the week is still bullish. On the 10th, our low was 456.60. That's our low, right? So you'd want to see us trade lower than that by Friday if you're bearish. Also, we did trade lower than... No, we did not trade lower than Tuesday. We did trade lower than Wednesday. So we are lower than Wednesday's lows. So the bulls kind of have to trade. They kind of have to make an all-new weekly all-time high. Bulls kind of need to close today above 473.20. So the bulls have to kind of close above 473.20. If they don't close above 473.20, we switch to a new low made versus yesterday, right? And a failure to trade higher on the week. So this could signify, if we don't trade above 473.20, this could be signifying a rollover. You'd also be looking for today's high. Another significant number. 472.85 is a significant number. You'd want to see us break and at least close above that. So if you are a bear or a bull out there, you're looking for some technical moves to take place today. And if those technical moves don't happen from now into the bell, it would signify a rolling over of this week. You could probably take another short position at the end of the day if we fail to beat, like if you're a bull or a bear, you're looking for us to break above three significant numbers. 471.28 or so, 471.35, 472.88, and 473.20. So if you're a bull or a bear, if we don't break higher than those three, it gets more and more bearish as we head into the end of the day. Just be conscious of that as the day moves forward. Yeah, I should have Discord up and running today. And I still haven't called Joe yet about the website, so I'll be calling him, and I should have Discord close to opening up at some point today. Just had some XBI calls coming in. I know some of you guys are playing XBI. XBI February 18th, 100C for $270,000. XBI February 18th, 100C. Also just saw Apple calls come in. June 17th, 200C for $750,000. One more call come in. C, as in Charlie, June 17th, 72.5C for $800,000, $760,000. Want to show you here that the hero indicator is starting to turn up on the day at this point, so just keep that in mind. Also notice that the volume is increasing at this moment as well on the SPY. We'll take a look at the Tesla right now and see if the hero indicator is still down or up. And get a little bit of a bounce here on the hero indicator. Back here at 12, or basically at 12:50 p.m. Seeing support increase here at this 1050 level. Here indicators doing slightly better. Better on the SPY than it is on Tesla. One other note is for tomorrow, we have JPM earnings, Citibank earnings, Wells Fargo earnings, BlackRock, and First Republic Bank. So pay attention to XLF and those tickers for tomorrow. I will try to post, so you guys have it for next week. I'll post next week's earning calendar on Twitter in the next half hour or so. So you can, as a matter of fact, I'll try to post. If I can post for the entire month, I will. I'll post for the rest of January. Just a heads up that I posted an earnings calendar spreadsheet on at Captain's Alpha. What you can do is copy and paste it into your own spreadsheet and then delete, make notes, whatever you like to do, so that you can follow along for the month. It has all their earnings information, expectations, all that kind of stuff. You can kind of whittle down what you're going to track for January. I will update with February. Probably take me a day or two to get that up, but I'll have February's up in case you want to make some trades that are farther out and track them as you go along. Watch some puts come in on the SPY, but you're seeing this bottom here firm up now. It was at 464. Looks like buyers are stepping up to 465. Make a note that the buyers are stepping up here. I'll be back on live with audio at 3 p.m. today. All right, here's the chart for BBBY. Got way more buyers than sellers. There is no hero indicator. Got some resistance here at 1633. A little bit of resistance at 1692, and then you're looking for 1795. I don't know if you get there today, but if you do sell out, your buy the dip is at $13. You also have some buyers at 1386. Roblox with a nice bounce off 81. Huge buyers at 80 bucks. A little bit of sellers stepping in here at 82.45. Price target on Roblox is 88.13. Yeah, Wiki's saying you could buy it at 13. Can you guys hear me? Hey, everybody. So I just stopped what I was doing there. Yeah, so I showed Roblox. I showed, I think, what else? Someone else is asking for something else over there. MRVL. I'll do MRVL for you real quick. I haven't even checked SPY here. I got to check SPY. I haven't even looked at my charts here. I got some calls out on SPY. I got calls out on SPY. Looks like they were up there for a minute. I'm going to check back on them around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. My assumption is that we're going up here. So MRVL. Marvel looks like have a bounce opportunity at $80.07. More buyers down below at $78. Blue skies above here, though. Marvel's a nice ticker. You got some great support here at 80 bucks, $78, $75. That's 70. You've got no sellers until 88 bucks. See if there's any sellers even higher than that. That's nice support. You've got some crazy buyers stepping in here on Marvel. Good shout out on that ticker. It's got nice support. Hey, markets, how are you? Yeah, I'll look at Amazon for you guys. AMZN. Subscribe. Yeah, I'm doing Amazon right now for you. Winky's playing the range in Qualcomm. Yeah, Qualcomm's been a great trade. Qualcomm's been a great range trade. We talked about Qualcomm yesterday, didn't we? And then ended up ripping to like 191 today or something. Boy, we're on Tesla right now still. Tesla caught that great bounce off 1050. We knew that there was support there. We talked about, did it look like Tesla would go down to 1,000? It wasn't matching up with where the buyers were on SPY, where the bottom was on SPY. Like when you start to check Apple SPY against, or Apple, and you start to check underlying components of the SPY and the Qs, you're looking for some kind of matching up, and there wasn't any matching up. So it's not surprising to see the bounce here on Tesla. We'll check Amazon too because it's a big weighter on the indexes. You guys are all scared. All these look like they're at bases. When I'm looking, and then you're seeing the base or the support raise up on the SPY from 464 to 465 earlier. So if you saw the support way down on SPY at like 460, then I would have some concern for Tesla crashing through to 1,000. But when they don't match up like that, I don't think we're going that low. We knew yesterday that by the dip on Tesla or Amazon was 3,200, right? And it wound up going up to like 33 or something. You've got support here right now. You're just coming above VWAP right now. You can see that you've got buyers stepping in. I'll put the add-ons on Hero. And your first price target's going to be 32.85 on Amazon. And where's the real resistance on Amazon? I guess the big question, right? Is there real resistance on, or where's the top on Amazon? I guess is the question. Yeah, you're running a pair. Like, this is a lot of resistance above. Maybe a nice sideways trade. You could take it to 32.84. You got a bunch of sellers up here. And not that that means much either. You know that we can break through and smash through sellers on Amazon whenever. Looks like your real sellers are hiding out above at 33.48. Hey, thanks, Markets. How are you, brother? Yeah, look at IWM. How's your trading been going, Markets? So Amazon's on a potential double top as well. Let me take a look here. What did you guys want to type in? IWM. Type in IWM. Let me type in IWM for you. Hang tight, guys. I've got a bazillion things going on here. Yeah, how are you doing, Markets? It's good. What's the market saying? Amazon potential double top 2 if it breaks 31.50 on the longer time frame. Nice bid and SPYs coming in, chilling. Great day, my friend, killing it. We're doing great. We took the SPY short side when it sold down this morning. I think Chase wound up doing banging. I think he was short right off the gate. I didn't get in on the short on SPY until, I don't know, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock. So we took that ride down. We sold on the bounce. I took calls down at the bounce. Some of us took calls. A bunch of guys in here trading the banks. Some guys trading QCOM and a few other big tickers that have been doing well today as well. So we're doing good. As a matter of fact, I'm going to check my calls right now because I haven't checked them in a while. They're doing okay. I'm up like 10% in calls right now. They're not moving as much as I'd like to see them move for where we are. So what do you think, Mayhem? You think that we're going to burn the market off into the close, or do you think we're going to trade up? We were talking earlier this morning about some numbers that need to be beat today. We were talking about in the weekly, right? We were talking about that we closed, or we made a new low today versus yesterday, but we did not get as low as the Monday and Tuesday low. And we were talking about having to close at a certain number today to be bullish into tomorrow. If we don't have beaten like 47143 or 472.986, maybe 47286. If we don't beat these today, that it's not looking too good for the bulls. Yeah, I think we're trading up as well. But it's going to be interesting into the close here if we can close higher on the day. Yeah, this is a swing trader's dream world. Yeah, the reaction to the 30-year was good. We're starting to push up right now in the SPY. I mean, in my view, I bought the bottom down here because in my view, I'm like, they got to at least try to close above 471, 473 would be better. But if they don't close above at least 471, in my view, 471.43, it's probably sideways into Friday. I'd really like to see, of course, the bulls want to see us close above 473, right? 472.83 or so. Bulls really want to see that. I'm in 475s, but that's because I'm trying to flip them for like 100%. I want to see them close at like 30 or 40 cents. Yeah, Rut and ES could. NQ's gotten banged up this morning. We were watching all the puts come in on the Qs this morning. Who's the Russian guy? What's he saying? What's the Russian guy saying over there? Is that a legit follow or is that just some rando that I have to ban? Who's the guy down here with the Russian name? Is he cool? Say something in Russian that I can translate so that I can see if you understand me at least. Yeah, Viacom's been a badass trade too. Who's that Russian guy down there? Is he getting insta-banned? This guy right here. It's a Russian bot? Okay. Give me a second and I'll try to ban his ass. Give me 2 seconds. I'm all over him. Ban hammer time. Russian guy down there. Is he getting There we go. Where's that goddamn Russian bot at? What's up, motherfucker? You're getting reported. Gonna report his ass for child abuse. Bye-bye, bot bitch. Suck it, Mother Russia. All right, so the bot's gone. I'm terrible. I'm awful. Okay, so what are we looking at on IWM? You know, the thing you got to know about IWM is similar to what Markets and Mayhem is saying. IWM could go up, but we know there's a pin on IWM. Price target again, though, is 221, right? We know that it traded up to like 219, I think, at some point. So at any point, it could trade up to 221. Call spreads maybe for a week out. We do have OPEX coming up. Start to think about OPEX. Again, you have to start adding in ERs. We've got more, or tomorrow we've got bank ERs, and those have been trading up like wild all day long today. C traded up nice and high today. You got caught short in SPY? Yeah, I got a bunch of I got a whole rack of 475s for tomorrow. And I don't mind Russians. I like Russians, actually. I was in the army, and I was under a NATO flag in Bosnia and Serbia. And so I know a bunch of Russian, or, you know, like people with Russian heritage. They're all good people, but the Russian bots can go get bent. Russians are kind of cool, but not Russian bots. So if you're a Russian bot, beat it. Hold on here. Yeah, 216. The Qs are kind of wonky right now. There's like let's ask Markets and Mayhem what he thinks. Is he still here? I have some questions for him if he's here. Because I like how the bond issue or the rates issue is being used right now. No, I wanted to bring this up to something else that was important. They're using the bonds and the USSR. So yeah, look at Tesla right now. I thought we were looking at Tesla. Hey, yeah, Mark, I had a question for you because that was some things I was thinking about and I wanted to bounce off you at some point, and I haven't any freaking time. Yeah, you got some resistance above here on Tesla at 1080. You have some of the sellers coming down. The one good thing about this right here, these sellers here, is that there's more than there were before. So that's actually a positive. The more of these sellers that you drain here, the higher the chance they go up. There is expanded call range on Tesla as well, which is good to see. We did see expanded call range in Tesla today, and that is important to trade higher over time. So I'm going to give that side to the bulls. I'll show you 1200. And I have some questions for Markets and Mayhem because I haven't brought this up on the channel yet. The first one was the reaction to rates. Yeah, see, so your call wall on Tesla has gone higher. It's actually gone higher here. I want to show you guys that your call wall is higher now. It was at 1200 yesterday. It's now up to like 1250. It's like 1250 and 1300. So, anyways, we're gonna get back to this Market Mayhem question. You know, I'm seeing. It looks like I'm seeing. You know, like we have some. If we sell off slightly or whatever, you know, they're using the rates as an answer for the selling off. But in reality, we're not seeing a reaction into the market that we should be seeing, like a sell-off down to 450, or we just start rolling the entire market over. So maybe it's just being used right now, or it seems like currently it's just being used to dump the market, or used as an excuse to dump the market at times, right? We'll use rates as positive news and negative news. Well, my next question is about tech, right? You see, I saw a bunch of TQQ puts come in, see some weakness in tech. But the other thing that I noticed this past week was the slow filtering in of the Senate hearings for tech. For, you know, do we break, or do we stop Facebook from taking over the metaverse? We don't like Amazon controlling or they're controlling the workforce. We don't like this about Tesla. You're starting to hear those news stories. So I'm always like, sounds like they're just starting to gently roll off the tongue enough about negative news about tech that we'll start to hear what would be the negative news stories, I guess, about tech after earnings are done. Yeah, I'll buy calls and I won't even check on them, Winky. I'll just buy them and come back, or puts or whatever, and I come back. Yeah, this is the target above 475 right here. This is your target here, 475. Your wall on the SPY is, let's see if it's still up there at 480 or not. We'll stretch this out a little bit. See if we can take a peek above and see if it's still up there. So here is your absolute gamma strike right here. And right about here, you're looking for a rejection off 475. That's where the target is, right there. And here's your absolute gamma wall at 480. So we'll either see that tomorrow or Monday, I think. I hope we will. We might not, though. We could sell down. So Markets and Mayhem saying regulatory pressure is certainly a factor. The biggest factor, in my opinion, is rotational preference toward later cycle names for now. As the presumption is we're in the expansion phase, rising rates, tightening liquidity, economic growth. Yeah, we see that rotation. I'm looking for that. You know what I'm looking for is I'm looking for the building blocks. You know, it's like, well, if we can't short tech with just rates, do we bring up Senate hearings next and we'll start building a story to dump tech? So, like, what are the stories that we should be looking for outside of just, I know the rate story, but I haven't seen the Senate story pop up until recently. And I'm wondering now, what stories do we expect to be hit with? So AFRM is about to retest the low. We'll check AFRM next. Because I agree with the sell-off in tech, but I think that they need more ammunition. And so I'm wondering what to look for in that ammunition. Because I haven't seen the Senate stuff. And, they put the Senate stuff in the bottom drawer since last summer. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing the Senate stuff come back out again. Some of the hearings I keep hearing it whispered about as well. So when you want a reason to sell tech off, I want to be aware. Yeah, so I have it is possible to hop on with Discord. I have not set it up as of yet. I was actually just off live setting up the final things in Discord. I should have it up and running end of today at some point. So we can do live Discord chats, even with video if you like. Yeah, the Discord voice I'll have up and running here today at some point. And I think I should have it up and running today. And I've got Discord video as well. It's kind of wonky, but it works. It's almost like you're playing a video game together. So let's take a look at AFRM. Winky's making a good point. Whoever made that point, it's coming into some general support here at $70. Let's take a longer look at it. And there's the golden ticket right there. $88.82. And you are right on support. Let me check on AFRM. Hold on. Let me check on some stuff on it. I'll check the flow on it, and I'll check the. You've got earnings coming up, right? In the first week of February. Man, you had a bunch of people locked into 90C for the 14th of January. My expectation would be that you burn off the 14. My thought process would be that they're going to kill the 90Cs for the 14th. I would check on it. I mean, I can't, I'm not a magician or anything, but if you look closely there, on the 14th, there are 3,000 calls for 2 pennies at 90C. 3,000 calls, right? They're not going to want to print those. There's a pin on AFRM, or there was like a put pin on AFRM. All the calls that are in the money are pretty fat right now. It'd be neat to watch AFRM into the close of Friday and see if the January 21st 90Cs go down. They're like 37 cents right now. If you could get the 90Cs down to like 15 cents and make a run next week up to $90, or even the chance of $90 next week, that's what I'd be looking for. It's worth watching. If I see any call flow come in, I'll say something. If I see any AFRM call flow come in, I'm sure it's getting ready between now and Friday to be ready to buy. Thanks, Joey, for adding the calendar, brother. I haven't called you yet. Yeah, we're getting a Discord, guys. It'll be done today. No. The Discords are free. Nothing's paid for here. There's nothing hidden behind a paywall here. Nothing. Yeah, I forgot that Monday's closed. I forgot that we've got MLK Day on Monday. That might be a nice ripper for SPY too. Yeah, we've got some light SPY puts coming in, but it's all dated for Friday. Cheers, Joe. I'll give you a call, brother. Yeah, I have to get the. I have to look for. Or I have to make. I'm testing the Discord right now, so that when you guys enter it, it's functional for you. It's got bots and stuff. It's got a welcome screen. It's got rules and all that kind of stuff. So I don't want to make it public so that you guys are disappointed. I want you guys to at least have a semi-functioning Discord. Nothing's hidden behind a paywall with me ever. You'll never find something hidden behind a paywall. Or at least not right now. I'm not interested in anything paid, any paid services right now. No, so I'll post the, just to be clear, okay? You'll have the live stream on YouTube. You'll have the live stream on Discord. There'll be a live update to the website. What my issue is that I want a place that everybody can go and find all the information in one place. So you're not jumping, so you don't have to jump to the Twitter handle. You don't have to jump to just the Discord or just YouTube. I want to be able to say to you, hey, if you go to this website, you can find everything there. One central location, and you can dive into at Captain's Alpha from there. You can dive into YouTube from there, into classes from there, into the Discord from there. I need to be able to, Joe made a good point to me. He said, what if you got banned from Twitter tomorrow? You wouldn't have any way to direct people to this information. So he was like, make a central place that no one can take away from you. And then there's never an issue, right? If someone new comes to the stream and they don't understand what we're doing here, we can direct them to simple classes, right? That explain how we trade, how we get ready for each day, how we do our due diligence, how we interpret the book map, how we use gamma and volatility, yada, 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 all that other stuff. Yeah, you will need an invitation. So if there's ever an issue, an issue out there, you guys will always be able to know where to go to find what you need. There will be explainers there, because I know some new people come in and they say, what are you guys doing here? I'm lost. So I want to be able to have the ability for people to have one place to go check. It'll give people a route too, right? Like first follow on at Captain's Alpha, then go to this YouTube channel. Here are where the classes are. Here's where the Discord is. The sign up is free. It has more to do with directions for people. Some people need directions, some don't. It's a place to store everything too. If you're like, hey, how do I find this spreadsheet with earnings? How do I find the support and resistance levels? And it starts to automate that stuff. So it just makes things easier, more clean. Oh, the market is open on Monday. What am I saying? Let me, what day are we closed here? I gotta look now. You guys are making me paranoid. Thought we were closed, when are we closed? Thought we were closed on Monday, no? Could be wrong. Nope. We're right. We're closed on Monday. Don't make me panic here. We're closed on Monday. You guys are scaring me. Stock market is closed on Monday. Yeah, don't be confusing me. The market is closed on Monday. Just let's be clear on that. You guys are killing me. Yeah, we got some weakness here in the SPY, but you've got buy the dippers jumping in the same time. Someone just bought May 20th, 219 IWM calls for $1 million. So if this looks more to me like basing entry, I mean, someone just bought $1 million in May 20th, IWM 219C. So this is all just day trader stuff, all just boiler room stuff. I'm not too concerned with where we wind up in the day today. Yeah, there's a channel for crypto coins. So if you guys are into Bitcoin and crypto, there's a channel for that. There's a channel for futures traders. There's a channel for that's futures, cash market options, stock investing, and crypto. If you guys want a channel for anything else, just let me know and I'll put a channel in there for you if it gets too crowded, or NFTs or some crazy like this. Yeah, golden tickets golden tickets pretty much print 70 to 90% of the time. You have to time them correctly, make sure that you're entering at the right time, but they typically print. Yeah, there's an IWM calls for, if you guys, I'll do a video on golden tickets, how to trade them, how to position yourself in golden tickets, what to look for. So I'm not too concerned with all this action down here. I'm really interested to see. It looks like we got the buy program on right now. I've got more buyers than sellers on the SPY right now. Here are indicators picking up on the SPY right now. All this to me is just noise, just sideways trading. Yeah, I need some mods and an admin or two to help along with it. So if anybody wants to mod a channel, if anyone's a futures trader that wants to be a mod, it's not like you have to be there every day. It's more like, it's not like you have to trade in that room every day. But if anybody's slumming around, and it's more to keep things clean and make sure that people aren't beating up on each other. And usually you don't have to be insta banning anybody. You just on the side send a message and say, please be nice. Discords is it usually just takes a small email or a talk, like, hey man, chill out or whatever. And other than that, they run pretty well. Yeah, let me be clear here, okay? We are closed. The stock market is closed on Monday for MLK, for the Martin Luther King holiday. Super clear here. Let's be super clear on Tesla as well, okay? Right now, the support on Tesla is at 1050. You've got some concentration of sellers above on Tesla right here. Your ultimate goal is 1200. You've expanded your call wall above to 1250, which is nice to see. Just got a nice sideways action day today. You know how we trade sideways and down until we get resolution, right? If you guys don't know about trading sideways and then down, sideways markets, they usually resolve. If we don't get a resolution to the upside, we will get a resolution to the downside until we do find support. Yeah, I like that trade, that 73C for 121. Yeah, I keep hearing people talking about gap filling and all that kind of stuff. I'm not buying it. We're going to be heavy into ER season as we come into this week. You're going to see really weird things going on with the indexes. If I were you, if I was a trader, right? Well, I'm not a trader at this moment, but tonight, I'm going to take a look at the ER tickers that I'm interested in. You just go through that spreadsheet, right? Delete anything you're not interested in. Find yourself like 5 or 10 tickers. We'll find out where support and resistance are on those tickers, and we can just trade those for ER. We'll sell them before the date. We can short, we can long. What's going to end up happening with the indexes is typical ER season. Trade sideways. You have some big waiters will drop it the next day, raise it the next day. It's yeah, TPR. I'll put TPR. If you guys want, how about this real quick? Real quick, give me the ERs that you're interested in. So I've got TPR. Maybe we can do those right now. TPR. How about we do like, don't be giving me these like, give me your favorite ones, not the tickers that you're upside down in. I don't care about your upside down tickers. I don't care about the bags that you're holding. Tell me. I don't care about Tesla. We already know about Tesla. We talk Tesla all day long. Give me like the ERs that you want me to quickly go through and find all their support and resistance levels at, so that you guys can focus on individual tickers. I've got TPR. No, you can't give me C, Andreas. C just ripped into close. What are you talking about, C? No, I'm not doing C. I love you, Andreas. But C just... All right, I'll do C. All right, what's next? You guys are funny. Visa, Netflix, NFLX, MA. Didn't we already do MA? ENPH, more bag holding. We already did BA this morning. SQ, Zim. We already did MSFT, didn't we? What did I say about no bag holders? March is okay. Give me the ones in March. DIA, really? Williams asking for DIA? Wish? You guys are killing me. MSTR. BTU, right? Why are you guys asking for BTU for? BTU, MU. You guys are killing me. ABBV. I say don't give me your bags, and you guys are giving me your bags. Okay. ENRN. TMO. Coin, really? Coin? Oh, you guys are killing me. Bill. BYND. Hold on, slow down here. SWKS, same ones as ever. You guys never change. It's the same bag holder shit. WSM, we'll look at that one. That's a good one. I haven't seen anybody talk about that one. SIG, that's another good one. I can already... You guys don't have to say too much. I pretty much know what the good ones are to look for, and I can see who knows as well. WBA, MCD, that's not too bad. I like that one. God, J Blue, really? You guys need to do more research. BSC, I'll look at that one. CVX. Yeah, VMW. VMware. Hood. You guys are killing me. Don't be giving me... I already know AMC. Fuck you. No offense. I love you, Kirk. INTC, really? Ooh, SNBR. Yeah, I'll look at that one. COF looks like a good one. I want ones that nobody's playing. It's all Wall Street bag holders here. Like, you guys... Seriously, guys. You guys want to be like... I'm going to talk to you guys about earnings season real quick. Some of you guys know this. Some of you guys don't. ORGN. Yeah, look at that one. So what you guys want to be looking for out there is like, you guys want to like take an hour at nighttime, right? 2 hours. And you go through tickers that haven't been pumped yet, that are having their ERs like next month, the month after. Like prime examples. Usually, I don't know if this one's doing it right now, but a prime example usually is like 5 below. Like 5 below will like trade down. And then like a month before their ER, it just starts effing ripping. It's like you guys got to be fine. If you guys are going to play earnings season, you don't want to be playing. Like we already know that Hood's going to 1360, right? I got someone asking me to do Hood. What can I tell you about Hood? You are looking for $13.60. That's what you're looking for. And And you want to see when that gets triggered, whether it's before ER or after ER. Yeah, Hood. You guys want to like it? Yeah, it will probably take 3 hours, but you don't want to be doing your bags. You want to be looking at ER plays that have potential to either run or sell off. If you're a bear, you want to be looking for tickers that are being driven up into ER so that they become a sell the news, right? Let's say a ticker is at $10 and it trades all the way up to $30 and they have ER this week. You guys think that the ticker run up, 200% is going to go to about 400% over an ER? I doubt it. Right? And then we'll end up talking about how to play ERs on their dates. When you guys are trading ERs, if you're still ultra bullish on an ER, you can buy spreads that expire the next expiration, and you won't get murdered by the interest that falls off on tickers. I have to do a video on that. I like URI. That's a great trade too. Somebody said Hertz. MP. Yeah, it's like Citi's a good example of that. It's like, let's look at Citibank. Let's just look at Citibank. We have Citibank earnings today, right after the bell of Friday. Let's look at Citibank. So Citibank was trading as low as $57, right? Citibank's now trading 20% higher almost. It's at $68. Trading at $68, right? We have its ER coming up, right? What's your expectation for Citibank heading into ER? Let's take a look. I'm gonna go take a look real quick at, guys, kill me, Google Sheets. Let me look at the Google Sheets for their ER. Let me go to Sheets real quick. So we have their earnings is tomorrow, right? They've got earnings on the 14th before market. So we're going to hear Citibank's earnings before market open. Their estimate is 1.4%. Let's look at their ERs from previous. Let me look at their ERs from previous dates. Hold on here. But I can already tell you some stuff. I can tell you that it's 2:34 in the afternoon. I can tell without even knowing right now. I can tell you right now. 6 months. I can tell you right now, right? Definitively, right now. I can tell you right now, right? That Citibank's going to sell off. Citibank's, I don't care if it's a great earnings. I don't care if it's an okay earnings. Citibank will sell off either today or the bell tomorrow, even with good earnings. And if, let's say the earnings are out of this world, like we're making hand over fist money, we're going to expand, we're going to do all this, you'll still see it sell off. And then you'll see it come back up if earnings are any good. If earnings aren't good, it's going to sell off. If earnings are good, it's going to sell off. How's that sound? Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to sell off today or tomorrow morning. So how do you play that? I guess is the question, right? How do you play Citibank? I would play it with put spreads that expire in a week or let's say a month. You get some put spreads right at the bell today on Citibank. Let's say it does rip higher after close. It's still going to sell off. Profit takers are going to take profit within a week, right? Because we're going to move on to different tickers. The shiny object's going to be gone. It's not going to matter anymore. So put spreads, right? And let's say you're still bullish on Citibank. I would be waiting for a dip this week at some point or profit taking and then buy the calls then, And we're just before their earnings is tomorrow. Their earnings are tomorrow. So you guys got to know how to play earnings too. Like, where are we? Are there earnings this month? Are they next month? Are they in March? And then what's the expected? You got banks that are in Citibank right now since it was at $57. You think they're going to risk? Do you think a bank's going to risk being invested in Citibank at $58 for you because you bought calls on the close today? I doubt that. I think they take the money and run. Yeah, we're not quite ready to go live yet. Full ports for next week. Yeah, you'll probably see a sell-off into the close on Citibank. You might see another rip into the actual 4 o'clock hour. So there could be a quick play in there. And if, let's say, Citibank earnings are outstanding, it'll blast off to the stratosphere, and then it'll still sell off and come back down. People take profit, and they'll get out of Citibank. You're going to see the interest bleed out of Citibank calls and puts on both sides into tomorrow. So what's the only solution for that is spreads. Like put spreads, even if they're dated a week away or 2 weeks away or whatever the next expiration cycle is. And then if you're, if the ER report is not good, then those put spreads will print anyways. So maybe you wait until the last minute today. If there's a sell-off and then a rip and a close, scoop up some put spreads, date them like a week or a month out. I guarantee, regardless if it goes up, it'll more than likely sell off. Just by interest leaving and by profit taking. So we'll track coin into tomorrow and see what you think about coin. Let's look at the coin chart for anybody that's bullish on coin. Not coin. I said coin. I keep meaning Citibank. I keep seeing somebody texting a coin to me. And I'm like, huh? Close that up. But let's do Citigroup and see. That's Citibank. Citigroup. Keep saying Citibank too. Let's look at Citibank into the close. This is going to be perfect. We'll check out Citigroup into the close. I keep saying Citibank. But let's look at Citigroup into tomorrow. And they're a prime candidate for how you play earnings. So here's the sneaky Pete's, right? Let's show you the sneaky Pete's. So let's look right now. If you open up a chart on Citigroup, you've got break above, right? We know right now we've got sneaky Pete sellers hiding out at $68.46. We have more sellers hiding above at $69. Let's see if we can go even higher. Look at that. You got sellers hiding above at 70. Sellers hiding above at 71.50, right? You just got a steady supply of sellers. So let's say we have a great ER. Let's say we swoop up here, right? These are the same people that bought at $57. So they're going to be looking to feed into any great report. So let's say we spike up in the overnight or between 4 and 6, or excuse me, in the morning at 4 a.m., we spike up to $71. Right? Let's say we spike up to $71. There you go. These are all your sellers. They're just waiting above here at $70. And they're going to sell it down into tomorrow morning. That's what they're going to do. They're going to take their profit up here tomorrow, right? So this is what these sneaky Pete's are going to do. Now, what does that mean? That means that you could come into the close today in Citigroup and get yourself some 70 P's that expire, not this upcoming expiration, but the following expiration at like 70p in a put spread. And more than likely, you'll see people taking profit on Citibank. This doesn't always work, but if you're going to play the overnight on Citibank or Citigroup or any ticker like this, you'd buy put spreads. You'd wait for the profit taking, take your money on those put spreads, and then you'd get back in on calls if the ER was good. No, when are SPY earnings? New low of the day on SPY. I've never played IC. Let's take a look at SPY. Yeah, so this is going to be negative for the SPY. Just a heads up here. If we trade down this low, so if you're a bear, this is a good sign here. If you're getting a new low of the day, getting into the close here, this is very bearish for the SPY, which is good if you're a bear. I think we only have bank ERs tomorrow. I don't think we have any other ERs tomorrow. It's just like 4 regional or 4 medium-sized banks. Maybe I can grab a dip down here at this 465. There's more Roblox puts coming in. January 21st, 80p. I'd let you know if I was going to update you if any more puts came in for, I think, AFRM and Roblox. There are Roblox puts coming in. $216,000 in puts January 21st for Roblox. So I'll take a look at this list tonight, too, and see if I can find anything in here for their ERs. BA has some puts coming in. INTC has some puts coming in. AMC has puts coming in. All right. So I'll be back for 3 o'clock. I need a few more minutes, and we're still working on this Discord right now, and I'll check back in with you guys. Paul's short to 21.18, 218, because I wanted more pain. What's IWM doing? I saw those calls come in on IWM. Did it give it a quick rip yet or no? There's a small rip in IWM. There's like $1 million in small cap calls coming in. Yeah, I'm not too concerned right now. I'm just kind of hanging out. I've got some SPY calls for Friday expiry. I'll hold on to those until they expire worthless. I should have sold them up here earlier, but I didn't bother to. Wasn't really paying attention, but I'll hold them until tomorrow. And if they burn, I'll buy them again on Friday. Do 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 do. Yeah, every bear is loaded up on SPY puts right now. There's Let me see, 150,000 contracts on 470p. They're nice and fat and ripe right now. And from this morning on the bell, I think they were worth like $1.50 or something. So I want to see if these continue to print or if the market makers take the money from these puts. There's no way in hell. There's too much risk on puts right now for the price of them. All right, I'll be back in 13 minutes. Just want to step in right now and let you know that the bots sold their 470Ps on the SPY for January 14th, and they bought wait a minute. They bought 151,000 470Cs for expiring Friday. Sold to close puts on the SPY and bought 470C for Friday at 73 cents. I can tell because I leave open an options chain for the next expiry on the SPY all day long. And it shows me when the algos enter and exit trades. Yeah, so they exited. You can see the interest change. They were all in on 470p. We talked about it earlier. The 470p's were at like $3.60, $3.70. They were all in on those puts, and then they just sold. I don't know if they sold to retail or whatever, but they are now sitting on 470C for tomorrow. That just happened like 3 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, maybe. I said 3 minutes ago. I don't know if it was 3 or 5 minutes ago. I had glanced over and I noticed the shift in the call side that they shifted. Sometimes they'll shift into straddles. Sometimes they'll go call heavy. Sometimes it doesn't print right away, but they're on them. I can tell you right now for sure. They're on calls. So I'm going to be looking probably to enter some of these 470s here in a minute. If I can get them down to like 35 or 50 cents or whatever, I'll jump on some of those 470s. So I'll just stay with you now. It's already 3 p.m. So let me move this mic over. It's wonky. I'm working on the Discord, and Discord has changed this year. The format of Discord on like roles and permissions and all that kind of stuff. Probably going to wind up playing some FDs into the close here. I am still watching this 465 down here. It would be nice to buy calls again, and more calls down here at 465.13. So we'll keep our eyes on this. You can see a buy program kicking in right now on the SPY. There's a lot of dark pool buying right now. There was SPY $608 million dark pool buy at 235. There was a Citibank dark pool buy at 230 for $21 million. There was also a Citibank buy or Citigroup buy at 234 for $14 million at 68.34. The SPY buy, they bought $608 million. It was 1.3 million shares at 467.36. Seeing some, excuse me. Hold on. Seeing some Ford puts coming in the door. Also seeing some puts coming in for SPY. January 14th, 469 puts for $350,000. So if I can catch these 470s, they're now down to 56 cents. So if I can grab some of these at like 38 cents, I'll grab them. Keep your eyes on that. Keep your eyes on that 465 number. You want to see if these guys step up here for a buy. Right here. Someone was asking about Marvel earlier. I see Marvel puts January 21st, 80p for $120,000. Viacom calls 37C for January 28th. Seeing some EXPE puts 182.5 for $18,000. Tesla calls coming in January 14th, 1080p. Or excuse me, 1080C There's some light puts coming in, but I'm not sure if this is more FOMO buying. And tech. Some weakness in tech. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Yeah, I'm looking at these 470s. There's 150. Hang tight here. There's 100. Now there's 160,000. They're at 52 cents right now, 51 cents in those SPY calls. I want them to get down to like 38 cents, 32 cents. If I can get them down to like 32 cents here, I'll pick them up. I really want to see, if you guys are looking on your screen, what I'm really looking for is this 465. I don't know if I get it, but hopefully if we can sell off into the 4 o'clock hour, maybe we can tag this 465. I can grab them down here, whatever the price of the calls become. What makes me bullish for tomorrow? I never like, if you look at the chart for today, the trade negative, the bearish trade was at the start of the day. The bearish trade was again this afternoon at like 11 o'clock. The next bearish trade was there. I don't like taking bear trades or bull trades after the move's been made. That's like asking me if I want to buy calls on a swing high, right? I don't want to buy calls at a swing high either. That's like asking me every time we hit a top, do I want to buy calls? No, I don't want to buy calls. At 473, I sold calls. So I really don't want to be buying calls. I don't want to be buying puts where we are right now. And what makes me so bullish is we've got buyers right here at 465. So yeah, that makes me bullish. Could we sell off in the overnight? Maybe down to, maybe some of you guys think we're selling down to, let's see, where's that big line is down here at 454. Maybe you guys think we're selling down to 454 tomorrow? I don't know. There's no news to say we're going to do that. So I'm going to be looking for bounce off this 465 over here. Hopefully we sell down into the bell and I can buy them down there. They'll be cheap. I'd rather spend 20 cents on puts or like 50 cents on puts or 20 cents on calls than be buying like $4, $5 puts or calls on the market. I tend not to buy expensive stuff. I prefer to buy stuff for like 20 cents and sell them for $4 or $5, $6, $7. If you start trading where you're buying calls at $5 or $6 and they don't print 20 or 30, right? You're eventually going to just lose all your money. So I'm always trying to buy calls cheap and puts cheap. There's this big thing out there. People say they're expensive because they're worth something. That's not true. You want to be buying your calls cheap, buying your puts cheap. And puts are too expensive right now. They could print double. You could send a $4 put to $8, and that doesn't make any money. So I'm always looking for something cheap. I could play 20-cent calls, 20 times, and still beat a $4 put that prints 100%. Does that make sense? I could buy 20-cent puts 20 times and still beat a $5 call, right? So the trade's really over on the put side for me. So I'll buy 10-cent, 30-cent calls here. I'll buy 30-cent calls down at 450. Doesn't matter where I buy them at. Wherever I buy them at, they're going to print better than a $4 put all day long. All day long. I can do that math for you all day long. So the trade now is to buy the dip regardless of where it is. It could be at 465. It could be at 450. It doesn't really matter. Because the trade doesn't print enough. Now, I've still got the 475Cs. I haven't sold them. And I'm going to add some 470s here at 465. And then if we trade down to 450, I'll just load the boat. I'm either dip buying or top selling, right? That's pretty much how you trade. I'm not ever trying to be buying, never trying to jump on board a FOMO train in any direction. Seeing some Nike puts coming in, $402,000. Seeing tons of SPY dark pool buying. See some Nike 414 145p, MSFT Microsoft January 14th 302p or 302.5p. Seen lots of AMC all day long, not big money. It was all like $25,000 in puts, but right now I'm seeing AMC January 21st, 23p for 141,000, 164,000. Seeing some Apple call buying for February the 18th, 185C. Etsy puts $367,000 in puts on Etsy. January 28th, 162.5p. And still seeing more BAC puts coming in. Those have been coming in for the past hour or two. These are January 28th, 48p, $200,000. Yeah, I'll buy like 20-cent puts or 50-cent. Earlier today, I bought 50-cent puts. They're like 56 cents. And I'll buy I'll buy puts for 50 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents. I can't stand buying puts or calls that cost me $4, $5, $3. Even like $2 to me is just too much money. Because I can make that trade 3 or 4 times, and it gets built into how many times do I need to be right? Right? I only need to be right 1 out of 4 times on a 20-cent or a 10-cent call, versus if I'm loading up in, if I take, I don't know, you could do an arbitrary number. If you're trading with $10,000, let's say your trading account that you're trading with, the 10% of let's say you have $100,000 and you're trading with 10% and you're trading with 10 grand. If I'm buying the move that's already been made, we've already had a 2-day downward move, right? 1, We topped out, let's say, on Wednesday. We're at 5 days here. We rode up from the 10th, rode up again from the 11th to the 12th. Now we've been trading sideways and down for 2 days. I'm looking for a bottom here at some point. It's either at if we break through 465, I'd buy some puts. But until we break this 465, this is a dip buy. And they're dirt cheap. Like 10 cents, 30 cents. I can make that trade on 10 grand. I can make that trade 4 times, right? 5 times and print 400%. If I spend 10 grand right now on $4 puts and they burn, that's 10 grand gone, right? So now I've got 90 grand to trade with. Does that make sense? It has more to do with the probability of success and the probability of printing. No, I think if we break below 465, I think we're breaking down to 450. I didn't see anything below 465. Maybe something's come into play that I haven't seen. But you can see here that all the support is at 465. It was at 464 earlier today, and it moved up to 465. And outside of that, your next stop is much lower. Let's see if it's at 460. It's a little bit of resist or support here at 455, but the real support's down at 450. Right? So 455, we've got a tag here. We've got real support down here at 450. So you'll probably see a stop at 455, and then and even here it's not really that clear, right? See how unclear it is down here? Some buyers here at 464. So, where do I want to buy calls or puts? I want to be buying calls down here. I mean, that's like asking me if I want to buy calls at 480. Fuck no. Fuck no. Not until we're looking for 500. But I'll buy all these dips down here. So we'll see as we head into the 4 o'clock hour if we trade down to 465. I'm hoping we tag 465 because they can get them even cheaper. I'm going to also look at some spreads possibly for, I want to say Wednesday or Friday of next week for OPEX. But I haven't done much today. I bought some puts earlier, made just over 100%. I bought some calls, 475s. They cost me, I think, 15 cents. And I think they're only worth like 30% now. They're worth like 6 cents now. I lost 9 cents on those. I'm looking for 470 Cs at like in the high 30s maybe. Everyone's loaded the boat on those, so still have some faith in those. There's some Tesla puts coming in right now as well. Tesla, February 4th, 900p. I haven't seen anything like that in a while. And I see some Tesla January 21st, 100p. So tech's looking weak. Some MSFT calls. Microsoft 305, January 14th. Yeah, I was listening to Brainerd speak earlier. Yeah, I'll bring up IWM for if you want to see where the levels are for IWM. This is actually, I don't know about you, but I'm a bull, so I like to see selling. Selling is kind of where I live. I'm like a basement discount buyer. So I'm always looking for a deal. And if I can get a deal here, I'll be happy to do it. You guys want to see if there's... Yeah, I don't see anything here on I'm not saying, let's wait and see what pops up here in IWM. I'm already looking for a bounce here off 465 on the SPY. See if we can see anything here. Yeah, this all looks like basing to me. We'll see if it sells down to 212. I don't see... Let me see if we can see a line on 212 down here. Yeah, you can see all this ice right here. All this ice is buyers. See this ice right here? These are all buyers on IWM. I guess this would be the time. If they could sell it down, it would be in the overnight. When you get into a low liquidity environment, it's easy to sell down. You have support right now in IWM right where it's at. So the question is, sometimes in overnights when we have low liquidity, they'll drop it in the overnight because they can't do it in cash market. They do the same thing in going up as well. So it is possible we could sell down in the overnight on the SPY, or it looks like the buyers stepped right in right here on the SPY into the close. So you could see us sell it down quickly into the overnight. It's possible. So I guess in the chat, let me know if you're going to hold. Are you holding? They didn't disappear. The buyers stepped up. You can see it right here. The buyers moved up from 465. You guys see it? So the buyers came right in here and swooped up, and they started buying. So let me know into the bell. Are you going to hold a short? So I guess I see some bears chatting in here. If you are a bear, let me know if you're holding puts or short overnight. I want to know. I'm going to write your names down. I want to know who's holding overnight. Let me know right now. Are you going to hold puts overnight? But they're no. I want to know about puts for tomorrow. Is anyone holding puts overnight? Ryan's long. Yeah, I want to know because it's possible they could sell it down in the overnight. That happens oftentimes in futures on the both ends, whether you're holding calls or puts. Let's say they sold it down into the overnight. Let's see, we're at 465. Do you think we could bloodbath it down to like 450? Because 455 P's are only 14 cents. Those are dirt cheap. The 460Ps are only 46 cents. There's not a lot of interest in those. 46 cents. It might make a nice, you know what it might make is a nice, unless we just traded sideways into Friday, which would suck. Because you could take a straddle here, 460p for like 45 cents, and then pick up the 470C for 49 cents. You'd have to print more than $1 and be able to cut one side loose by morning. It'd be a total cost of like 87 cents. If you could cash out whatever side's the losing side. My fear is, though, that we go into Friday, we don't move. Some Fridays we don't move. It's just they pin it on a Friday. Then you lose both sides on a straddle for a big move tomorrow. Samuel's thinking they might gap it down to 460. I think if they gap it down farther than 460. I think they go down to like 455. I think there's a fair chance of that. If they do a gap down, I don't think 5 points is that bad. 50 points. It'd be nice to see it go like 100 fucking points overnight. It would be rad. Because the real test down here is, well, we had the 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 3 bounces. Yeah. We got a 4th bounce down here? Find that hard to believe. Maybe. Down to 455, is saying? I'd see it down at like 455 at least. Gap it down to 455, then we rip. Yeah, everybody's bearish right now. I'm seeing XLF. We throw out some tickers to you. XBI puts January 14th, 97p. QQQ 372 puts for 131 January 31st. XLF puts January 31st 41p. BBBY January 14th 15p. More Misfit puts 285 for April 14th 2022. Snap calls January 21st 40C. XLF, another XLF put January 28th 41p. Yeah, you know what, that would make sense if you dumped XLF after the banks tomorrow. That we might get a continued dump. Tesla 1000p January 21st. Roblox, more puts coming in. More puts coming in on Baba, SPY, Ford, XLE, more puts coming in. January 28th, 61p. That stuff all adds up to us gapping down tomorrow. I wonder if we just trade sideways, though. Close it out at 465 and you're done. Thanks for playing. We had that nice big swing down. Nice swing back up. We had one swing back up, one swing back up. See if we can see anything else. And the bears are coming out for sure. So 460, 456, 455. What does 455 P's cost? I'll take that bet. I'll do a split now. It's really far outside the money. Yeah, I'm interested. I think I'm a dip buyer here. I don't think that I care if we go up or down here. I think that I'm a dip buyer. Because the way that support's setting up here on the SPY, I think I'm a dip buyer at 465 here. I think it doesn't matter if I dip buy and lose today. I don't think it matters if I dip buy tomorrow and Friday. I think that either way, the selling doesn't continue. I don't care if we go to 450 either. I think either way, I'm better off with the dip buy here than I am on the short side at this point. I think it doesn't really matter. Now I'm watching TQQ calls coming in. January 14th for 150 grand. Apple calls coming in. I could see some weakness overnight if the banks don't do well in their ERs. If the banks do well in their ERs, we should do well. XLF should rip, and we'd be sideways into tomorrow, right? So I think I'm a dip buyer here. I don't think I'm down to get involved in call and puts here. I don't like the cost of them. I don't like the cheap ones. We need a dump to 455. So I think I'm a buyer here. I think I'm a buyer tomorrow as well, even if we sell off. I think that's where I am on the market. I think I buy 10-cent calls every day or 30-cent calls every day and still get a fatter print. So I'll wait for the bell here. I'm going to buy some calls, more calls at the bell if we can trade down to 465. If they burn into tomorrow, I'll buy another round of calls tomorrow. If I can keep getting them at 10, 20, 30 cents. I know that one of them is going to print like 2,000, 3,000%. So this is interesting. So SQ, right? SQ was picked up by the banks at $87 roughly, $90 back in May or March and May of 2020. And I just had an alert trigger for the second time on SQ at my buy the dip number of 137. It just triggered a buy. So anywhere from my first trigger was at 151. My next trigger was at 137. And I have a buy the dip number at $85 on SQ. And I like seeing this capitulation in SQ. I really want to see the last bit of the banks get out of SQ at like $90 and then take a nice fat long in it. It just broke through at 136.86. When's their ER? When is SQ's ER? I've been waiting all year to buy SQ. Anyone know when SQ's ER date is? March 1st. I'm probably going to buy some ER, some Tesla's tanking. I'll bring up Tesla for you next. Yeah, there's Tesla puts rolling in. Fat Tesla puts. SQER date. February 22nd on SQER date. I want that last capitulation out of SQ bulls. Just sell to 80 to 90 bucks for me. Sell your position in SQ now. There we go. There's 4608 on SPY. That's what I'm looking for here. I'm going to take a look at SPY. Let me see. 38 cents on SPY 470. Sweet. Right where I wanted it. The exact price I said, 38 cents. So when the boogeyman comes out and you guys all get scared. We get 464? I'm going to keep my eye on SQ right now. I want to see if they capitulate right into the close. You know, I'm going to start. You guys want to start watching SQ? It's almost sold off from all the way down from the March 2020 trade. 2 years, right? We are, if it could sell off into their ER in February, down to like $87, $90, something like that, it would have given back its entire run for 2 years, which is amazing. I bought that dip at 465. I bought 38-cent calls, 470 expiring tomorrow. And if we continue to sell off in a close, I'll keep buying. Yeah, I don't care if it holds or doesn't. Good job, Winky, on the 35-cent put our calls. Yeah, they're worth paying for. And if they burn, they burn. If they start selling off into the close, I'll cut them loose and buy them again at the bell or at 415. It doesn't matter. I know how this goes. We've been here too many times. We come back in like 3 days or something, and I hear something stupid like, "Hey, your calls are now worth $5." Something insane like that. So I'll buy them now. I'll buy them tomorrow. If we trade it down to like 460, 450, I'd buy them again. Or maybe I'll get like the 460s or the 455s at 10 cents or whatever. And I could care shit. I could give a shit less if they burn. I'd rather buy $1 worth of calls 3 times than puts for $4. One time. I'm reading a Discord right now. And you look at what I'm reading right now. Ready? This is what I'm reading in Discord. I sold all my calls. I'm holding puts. I sold all my calls, and I'm sold all my calls. And I'm holding puts. It sounds like they're both on the wrong side of the trade. I sold all my calls, and I'm holding all puts. Perfect. That's all I ever want to hear. I sold all my calls, and I'm holding puts. Oh, let's see if we can get a little bit of... Got some buyers down here begging for 464. Can you imagine selling all your calls at 465 right where we are right now? Can you imagine buying puts right here at 465? I can't. That's like saying I had SQ calls from 2 years ago and I just sold them. Too funny. I held SQ. I bought SQ back in 2020, in March 2020. I just sold them. My SQ shares. Man, if I saw SQ at $80 or $90, I'm balls deep. I'm all in. Yeah, I wouldn't. I've been waiting for SQ to bottom out. I've been waiting for most of these. Like I've got a whole bunch of tickers that I'm looking at to buy, and I think that I'll get that capitulation by March. I'm hoping that I get all of these stocks that were the 2020 trade. They've been selling off for a whole year. Like I want to be buy. I got a list of stocks that I want to buy, and they're still not down to the prices that I want them at. But I'm having these tickers are all triggering right now. I'm getting a bunch of email alerts on tickers that are getting close to where I want to buy them. Real close. So we're almost at that point. You figure as we get closer to March, we'll start to see some real good buying opportunities in the market. There's that Tesla feed. I want to look at Hood real quick and see if the $13 is still available on Hood. I want to buy Hood at $13.60, I think. I want like the very last Hood sellers to sell out. You know, an SQ sold down once to $133 a few days ago, and it was a nice buy, but I still think it's going down. I don't think it's done until it hits $90 or so. I don't think I'm going to get that until March. There's the Tesla feed. Let's see if the buyers are still down here on Hood at $13. I think was it $13.60? It's like $13.60, like right here. This is what you're waiting for in Hood. You're waiting for $13.60. That's when you want to buy Hood. Look at SQ next and see where the real banks are in SQ. Let's take a look. That's a good question to ask. Let's look at SQ and see where the real buyers are. SQ. Probably down at that $90 mark. Got some support at 130. What I really want to see is if the banks are getting down at $90. So I want to show you where the real buyers are. You see they're way down here. $114. I would mark that in your calendar. No, it's 130. It's good support here on SQ, actually. That's not bad support. You can see it right here. Oh, no. Hold on a second. $130 is where the buyers are on SQ. $130. All right, let's take a look. I'm going to buy some calls here. Hold on, wait for me. Added some more to the 470 position. And I'm going to buy some SPY spreads as well here. Some call spreads. January 4th. Where am I looking for these call spreads? So I'm going to add some call spreads right now to SPY and the money call spreads. Yep, so I added some more 470s. So I've got a bunch of racks of 470 C for tomorrow. I've got still holding some 475s. I'm not going to sell those. I'm just going to leave them. If they burn, they burn. And SQ is 130. That's, you want to wait if you're in puts on SQ, you still got another 770 points you can get off SQ. Check Tesla. Tesla, that $1,000 mark down here. Let's get SPY real quick. Seeing some more, what am I seeing now? Palantir puts 17p for January 14th. IWM, some puts January 14th, all single date puts, 216p. NVIDIA, 250p. Those are expiring on the 21st. And more Marvel puts January 21st, 80p. TQQ, golden, not a golden ticket, but a high algo score, January 21st, 63.75 calls, $400,000. There we go. There's that nice, sexy bounce. So let's see, what's my average cost on my 40 cents? I bought a ton of 40. I bought, what did I buy? I bought 7. Oh, 470s. About 470, or January 14th, 470 Cs. I don't know how much I'm in on them for. I think I've averaged down to like 27 cents or something, 28 cents. Yeah, it was a good day today. Hang tight, I might be buying some more here. Yeah, I loaded the fucking boat on calls here at the bell. So let me see, I'm break even now on my 4.7. Nope, I'm up. Now I'm green on my calls. So I guess I'm in my average cost price is 28 cents on 470C expiring tomorrow. That's my average buy-in when it was all said and done. I think I started at 38 cents on the calls and then averaged down till in the 20s. Now I'm at 28 cents. So I'm green right now. My other calls earlier are at 5 cents. I think I started those at 15 cents. I don't remember what I bought those at. I'll have to check those. They may have cost me more. They may have cost me like the 30s. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at those. I think they cost 15 cents. And my average price on 470Cs are 28 cents. Yeah, I like the January 18th, but I don't like I don't like the 3 days off. So I bought some spreads on SPY as well. I didn't like the price of, I don't want to buy any calls past Friday because of the theta burn over the weekend. Yeah, you guys have a great day. Yeah, I know, Winky. We should just trade QCOM every day. I didn't even think about QCOM. I was watching Hood and I was watching SQ. There was some DocuSign. If there's any calls or puts that come in after the bell, I'll stay on with you guys for the next 15 minutes. Just to see if any more puts or calls come in the next 15 minutes here. Yeah, you're welcome, everybody. Hope everybody had a great day today. QCOM. We should look at that QCOM. Did it really go that low? Yeah, I'll check. You guys want me to check tickers? I can. BZFD. What's the problem is that after the bell, it's hard to find. Let me check the Tesla feed. It's hard to see what's going on after the bell. BZFD. What's BZFD? BuzzFeed. I didn't know BuzzFeed had a stock. I didn't even know that. Yeah, it's not going to show much. Maybe. Yeah, it's not really showing much on BuzzFeed. Like, I've never even heard of it. Tesla can't say much on either. That same by the dippers are down here at 1,000. 150 they just tore through this afternoon. 1035 looked like right into the bell. It was contentious. But I did buy that close today. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah, what's BZFD? Oh, just check the range. Hold on, I'll check it. BZFD. Let's see. The range on BCFD, it looks like buyers are at 398. Sell, or if you had a sell, like if you wanted to get out of your position, I would sell at 388. And then you've got more buyers than sellers here, wherever you are, 439. But it looks like your ceiling's at 492 and 539. And your price target on BuzzFeed is 879. You have more sellers above at 1289 and 1354 on BZFD. I didn't mean to make fun of it either. I just didn't know that BuzzFeed had. Yeah, XBI had calls come in, and then it had lots of puts coming in at the end of the day. So I don't know what to say to you on XBI. XBI was trading really well. It literally touched my buy the fucking dip today. XBI touched it right at the bell. Maybe that was the buy at the bell today, was XBI. I've got it charted out with BTFD written right where it closed today. So all these ETFs and tickers are coming down to a pretty fair price. Stuff's getting cheap again. Yeah, I don't know how you could be bearish here looking at Amazon. I like Amazon right where it's at. I even like Amazon today at the close. Would have liked to have bought Amazon at the close today. I like Amazon a lot here. No, I don't care about head and shoulder patterns. I care less. Only thing I care about is our options cheap or expensive. To be honest with you, I only care about price, time. I care about other buyers showing up, or are they? So just so you guys know, after the bell, or just before after the bell, we saw a $500,000 trade come in for TQQ calls for January 21st. And then right now after the bell, more TQQ calls, 71.5C, January 14th, for a couple $100,000. This is after the bell rang. Just heads up. Yeah, Amazon is at the very bottom of its channel. There were some good buys here at the bell today. Either today, tomorrow, next day, there's going to be some decent buying going on. So I bought the dip here into the bell. I think it's worth it. We know how this plays out. I already know how this plays out. This always plays out where I make like giant money. This only plays out one way. The 10-year was down all day, yet the stock market was telling you it's on its way to 2%. Bastards. Yeah, I think for me, my sell the market, I keep watching TLT, and I'm not willing to sell tech until it gets to like 172. That's when I'll sell tech. 1.72 or so, somewhere in there. I think that's kind of like the sell the market shit. And TLT curled up all day long today, which was the hint that tech should sell off today. But in all honesty, you're looking for like, if you want real ugliness, probably 172, somewhere up in there. You start breaking above that 170, like you get to 180, 185, it'll get real nasty. That was when we had the crash back in 2020, right? 2020 we hit like 170s, 180s, and that's where it got really, really ugly. So I'm gonna play the. Let's see here. And TLT has a little bit more to go. TLT could go up to 146 before it gets rejected again, like 146. So we might have another down day tomorrow, but I don't think it really matters. We could sell off some more tonight, but I don't think it matters. I think what matters most is buying. I think just buying these dips and selling these rips is where all the money's at. Oh yeah, you need to see like if you want to if we have a market crash, you want to see TLT at like 170, 180, 190, somewhere in there. Then you know you're in a market crash situation. Yeah, I can't really get bearish. I can't get bullish either. I'm not bullish in the market. I don't think we're going to 500 or anything, or even 480. It'd be a gift if we went to 480. But what I do think is, yeah, there's a bunch of SPY calls coming in after the bell too. Just heads up. So we'll see. If we sell off to 450, I'd be happy guy too at 450. I don't think it matters as much where we sell off to. I think it matters how much you're paying for your shit and how much you sell them for. No, I'm fine. I'll sleep the night just fine tonight. When I don't sleep is when I buy the tops or bottoms. Or if I'm buying if I bought puts tonight into the bell, I would be scared. I did see some SPY puts come out February 18th, 444p for $2.5 million, and February 18th. These came out after the bell. So I saw some hedges bought, right? February 18th, 444 puts for $7.6 million. $7.6 million at the bell. 444p. So Adam's looking for, Adam, I never like on Tesla ER is I always like to buy after the ER. I always like buying Tesla after ER. I have a price target of where I want to buy Tesla. My problem is that the interest goes away. If you want to buy a Tesla run though, on ER, wait for tomorrow and buy in the money call spreads. If we had a swing down on Tesla to like 900, I'd buy that dip all day long. Give me like $900 on Tesla, I'd buy that dip. Yeah, I'm in a trade. I bought, so I started today with SPY puts, and then I switched to SPY calls. SPY puts printed, SPY calls didn't print. I'm still holding those, and then I bought the close for calls. And we just had another, just so you guys, before I close this stream up, it's 4:13 right now. We just had another hedge come in. So we have 3 hedges on the SPY, 444p we had one for $5.1 million. We have a second one for $2.5 million and a third one for $1.1 million, 444p. I don't know. These look like hedges. They could be a bank trying to cash in on a sell the market tomorrow. So someone's all in on us crashing overnight. You've got 1 more minute left until we close. We've got hedging coming in right to the last minute here. Whole ton of it on the SPY. We have another one right now that just came in. It's January 14th, 462 puts at $1.11. January 14th, 462 puts. Those are expiring tomorrow for $105,000. 462p expiring tomorrow for $105,000. So you have lots of SPY puts rolling in last minute of the day. I can tell they're hedges because of the amount of money they are. When you start trading like $10 million calls or $10 million in puts, those are usually hedges. And it's usually when they're buying them that matters as well. If you see them buying them when we're at a top or at a bottom, you'll end up seeing like, let's say a good way to track if a stock is done on its run. Like let's say Apple starts at $100 and it makes a run from $100 to $110, right? You'll see a call structure coming in that's like $100,000, $300,000, $500,000. And then as it gets to that 110 number, you'll see like $10 million in Apple calls dated 3 months away. And you'll notice that's almost like a hedge, right? The same thing on the same side on the SPY. These could be triggers from long-only hedge funds where they trigger in their charter to buy puts at a certain level. They're forced into buying these things. Some people are buying them because they actually think we're going to 444 in September, right? That we're going to trade down the market to 444. And it's the signature on them as well. So after the bell, lots of SPY hedging. 444p, February 18th. All right, I'll check out you guys tomorrow. I'm surprised if the market wanted a severe downturn that it wasn't more deliberate today. We've seen far worse intraday moves recently that it can go deeper. That can't be bullish. Yeah, it's weird. You've got people that are forced into buying hedges at certain triggers. You saw massive. So it's weird when you see high volume days. You'll see, like we saw a lot of dark pool buying today at the end of the day as well at the same time. What's Vun Rent mean? What's Vun Rent? VUN dot RENT. Don't fuck with that guy, Hoki Jojic. We're gonna have to go over there and find out who that guy is. That spam bot. Hoki Vojic, where's he? Okay, he's spam, right? Report user. We'll put him down for child abuse. Let me know when the scammer bots show up so I can report him for child abuse. Oh, here's another one. Report user for child abuse. Report. Scrolling through looking. Do you guys know how to fight spam bots? Winky, take it easy. Mary, take it easy. I love Josh. Massive crash is how it'll play out. I fucking love Josh, by the way. Fucking love him. Yeah, I think we have a bottom to this market in March. Have a great day, Starlight. An Albanian bot. Report him for kicking your dog. Fight with crossbow. Yeah, you know what I should have done if I had thought about it, I should have bought some. You guys all have a great day. Good night, brother, son. Good night, Josh. What I should have done was sold calls on the SPY. I think I would have liked to have sold those 444 Ps. To be honest. I have some put spreads to offload some Uber Bears tomorrow. Slow neck. All right, you guys have a great night. I'll check out with you guys tomorrow. Don't get too crazy in the overnight. I wouldn't be too paranoid. We could sell down in the overnight, but either way, there's a bottom. There always is. You guys have a great day. Always be trying to sell the tops. Always be trying to buy the bottoms. That's my plan. Yeah, I hope for a correction. I'm hoping for a correction by March. That's my hope. Is that we get a serious, nice downward move. If we could trade down to like 400, I'd be stoked. I'm a bull. I want to see 400. The deeper the correction, the safer I feel going long. Right on. You're a boomer. Have a great night. Short it down. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon or a wonderful evening. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.